Chapter 43-54. Kill. Lin Ling doesn't have many treasures like that. Even if we use corpses to pile them up, we must kill Lin Ling in the void. At this time, Yojin's voice suddenly floated out, everything is for the void. Kill. Although they were afraid of Lin Ling, they still threw caution to the wind and charged toward Lin Ling without fear of death. This was because fighting against the will of the world was not only their life's goal, but also their mission in the era of the gods. Die for me. Kill. Lin Ling's killing intent soared to the sky. Since these people were not afraid of death, then they could all die. He threw out a few more bolts of lightning, killing a large number of experts and creating a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The current Lin Ling was truly the incarnation of a killing god. Enough. Kill. However, at this time, a loud roar suddenly rang out, causing all the battles to come to an end. A figure floated up and stood at the peak of the void. Then, his eyes calmly looked at all the experts in the void of the 9 prefectures. And he was Lei Gong. Lei Gong's sudden appearance caused the entire void to fall silent. This was the first time Lei Gong had spoken since the start of the war. Lord Lei Gong. Lin Ling also stopped attacking and raised his eyes to look at the thunder god in the distance. His brows were tightly furrowed. For some reason, he had an ominous feeling. Enough, enough. Standing in the void, Lei Gong's eyes were filled with excitement as if he was looking at the entire void of the 9 prefectures. However, at this time, 2 figures soared into the sky, one from the front and one from the back. They unleashed a powerful attack on Lei Gong. It was Eugene and Titanic Crescent God. Obviously, they wanted to seize this excellent opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the Thunder God. Lei Gong obviously did not expect Eugene and the others to launch a sneak attack. It was obvious that Lin Ling's arrival changed the situation of the battle, so Eugene and the others were enraged. In his anxiety, Lei Gong also used all his strength to resist. He only heard a terrible roar in the void, and then a blinding light appeared, stimulating everyone's eyes. They could only hear the deafening roar in their ears. A terrifying gust of astral wind also came from the void above, blowing some of the weaker people away. After a long while, the crowd looked over in shock. They discovered that 3 figures were clashing in the void. Lei Gong was covered in thunder and lightning as he resisted the attacks of 2 gods. Terrifying energy continued to sweep out. However, because the 3 of them had unleashed their full strength, the energy that spread out in the surroundings was getting weaker and weaker. Only the 3 of them knew that they'd used all their strength to resist their opponent, and they hadn't wasted a single shred of energy. Lord Lei Gong. Seeing this, many people shouted. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he wanted to rush over to help. As expected of Lei Gong. This battle has been going on for more than 30 days. Lei Gong is challenging 2 gods alone, and he still hasn't lost. Many people stared at the sky, their hearts filled with shock. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a merciless long sword suddenly shot over, piercing Lei Gong's chest from behind. Heavenly Sparkle Sword. Lei Gong lowered his head and looked at the sword in his chest in disbelief. He obviously recognized this sword. It could even be said that this sword was a reward he gave to one of the challengers. Because this sword had a strong resistance to thunder, Lei Gong had a deep impression of it. Chen Shuzhen. Lei Gong turned around and immediately saw a woman with a ferocious expression. She was still in the posture of a sword, and her eyes were cold. As for her, she was one of the trial takers under the Thunder God's curtain, Sister Zhen. Sister Zhen. Seeing Sister Zhen suddenly attack Lei Gong, everyone in Lei Gong's grand hall shouted. They recognized the sword in Sister Zhen's hand, and they knew that Lei Gong had rewarded Sister Zhen. However, they didn't expect Sister Zhen to use this sword against Lei Gong. Bastard! Lin Ling also shouted and rushed to the top of the void. However, when the experts on Yojin's side saw this, they immediately stopped Lin Ling without fear of death. This was because they knew that Lei Gong had been fighting for so long, and his strength was almost exhausted. In addition, he had to face Eugene and Eugene at the same time. That was why Sister Zhen was able to succeed in her sneak attack. Now that she was injured, Lei Gong was in danger. Why? Lei Gong turned around and looked at Sister Zhen as he asked calmly. To everyone's surprise, Lei Gong wasn't angry at all when he was attacked. This was different from his usual personality. For the world. Sister Zhen's clothes fluttered in the wind as she said each word clearly. For the world. Lei Gong suddenly laughed. His laughter was a little sad. Suddenly, a powerful force of thunder rushed out from his body and sent Eugene and the others flying. Sister Zhen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the distance. How is this possible? After Eugene and the others were sent flying, they exclaimed in shock. This was because they had fought with Lei Gong for so long, and they knew that Lei Gong had reached his limit. It was impossible for him to explode with such power. At this moment, Lei Gong looked up at the top of the void. It was as though he could see through time and saw the years when he was cultivating in the realm of the gods. He saw his master, his senior and junior brothers, his wife, his son. There were too many things. However, because of the will of the world, all of these had turned into bubbles. Therefore, he hated the will of the world. He didn't expect that he, Lei Gong, was one of the hosts of the will of the world. He hated himself. Enough, enough. It's time for everything to end. The void of the 9 prefectures should fight against the will of the world with all our strength, and not waste our lives fighting among ourselves. It's time for everything to end. Suddenly, Lei Gong looked at the crowd below. His gaze swept across everyone as though he wanted to remember their faces in his heart. Especially when he saw the Lei Gong hall that he had built single-handedly, the nostalgia and reluctance in his eyes became stronger. I'm sorry for wasting so many innocent lives. Now, let me end all of this. Remember, one day in the future, if the will of the world is defeated by us, there was a man named Lei Gong who also contributed. As he spoke, cracks started to appear on his body. Then, the skin on his face started to crack and disappear like paper. Lord Lei Gong. Seeing this scene, everyone knew what had happened. Lord Lei Gong didn't want to sacrifice too many people, so he chose to commit suicide. No. In the Thunder God Hall, everyone was crying. Master, don't. We will protect you. Shengyi rushed up to the sky, but halfway there, he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to the sky. Lei Gong. Lin Ling clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his palms. He didn't feel it at all. He didn't expect that after sacrificing so much, Lord Lei Gong would choose this path. Chapter 43-55. Bang! Lin Ling also knelt down in the air and kowtowed to Lord Lei Gong. Lei Gong had done Lin Ling a favor. When Lin Ling first came to the final world, it was Lei Gong who had found him and protected him. Without Lei Gong, Lin Ling would have died at the hands of the 9 states martial gods and Luli Empress. It was Lei Gong who had protected him and made him mature. This favor was as heavy as a mountain. Lord Lei Gong. In the Thunder God Great Hall, everyone also kowtowed. Looking from afar, the scene was incomparably spectacular. As for Eugene and the others, they were all silent with complicated expressions. Some were sighing in their hearts, while others were secretly impressed. This was a tragic song for a hero. However, there were also people who were secretly gloating. Remember, Lord Lei Gong's mission is to fight against the will of the world. After I leave, don't ever forget this mission. Lei Gong looked at everyone with gratification and a smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Qilin. I promised to find your tribe for you. Unfortunately, I didn't do it. Qilin, you won't blame me, right? I won't. In the distance, the child's face was already covered in tears. He kept kowtowing to the indomitable elder. Shengyi, I'm very gratified to see you rise from the bottom. I hope that your footsteps won't stop here. Lei Gong looked at Shengyi. The latter was already sobbing, but he kept looking at Lei Gong as if he wanted to remember this scene forever. Lin Ling. More and more cracks appeared on the Thunder God's body, but his eyes were fixed on the last person. Lord Lei Gong. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Lei Gong. You are the fastest growing participant in Lei Gong's Great Hall. You are also the successor of my close friend. You are loyal and righteous, but you also dare to take responsibility for your actions. You have the demeanor of a king. Therefore, I will pass the Great Hall of Lei Gong to you. Can you accept it? The Thunder God's voice suddenly became loud and clear, and even the void trembled a few times. I will. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and spat out a heavy promise from his mouth. Good. Lei Gong nodded with gratification and said, after I leave, remember not to be hostile to the entire 9 states. Remember, Lin Ling is your leader. Do you understand? This subordinate obeys. The remaining people in Lei Gong's Great Hall replied. Lin Ling, I'll share this void with you. Suddenly, Lei Gong pointed with his right hand and a stream of light shot toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not stop it and allowed the stream of light to enter his body. Then, he noticed that a large number of techniques rose up in his mind. They were all complicated chants used to control this void. Lin Ling had already witnessed how powerful this void was. Even a great battle between gods couldn't break through this place. However, this void also had a flaw. It had no spiritual energy, but it was also a secluded place like a paradise. Okay, little ones, I'm leaving. After making his final arrangements, the God of Thunder laughed heartily. His eyes looked at the top of the void as if he had seen his best friends from the age of the gods. Finally, his body scattered like ashes and scattered with the wind. Lord Lei Gong. Seeing this, the people in Lei Gong's Great Hall roared in unison. More tears welled up in their eyes. At the same time, Titanic Crescent God's eyes became moist as he watched the ashes disappear. He said in a low voice, Brother Lei Gong, rest in peace. I will complete the mission of fighting against the will of the world for you. He obviously did not hate Lei Gong. However, Lei Gong was the host of the will of the world, which caused them to have different standpoints. Hence, he treated him as an enemy. Looking at Eugene, her face was still cold and indifferent. No one knew what she was thinking. The entire void was silent. They all knew that the battle that had shaken the void of the 9 prefectures had finally come to an end. However, after Lei Gong's death, their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. They felt like they wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have caused the deaths of so many people. That's right, that's right. Now that Lei Gong is dead, the 4 gods still keep Lei Gong's Great Hall. Furthermore, Lei Gong's Great Hall is still the main force against the will of the world. It's a pity that Lei Gong committed suicide too late. If he had, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Some people were quietly discussing. Boom. However, at this moment, a blood sea sword slashed down and landed on one of the people, cutting him in half. This made everyone look over and realize that it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Some people were furious. That was because the God of Thunder had already died, and this great battle should have ended, yet Lin Ling still killed their people. Moreover, he had killed them in front of a true God. This was really too arrogant. Die. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. He continuously slashed out with his sword. Now that he could use the scabbard again, his strength had completely recovered. Swoosh. The blood sea sword roiled, revealing ruthlessness, killing intent, and coldness. More than 10 lives were taken. Lei Gong sacrificed his life for the sake of the void of the 9 prefectures. These people actually thought that Lei Gong should have died earlier. Since he said that he would die, then all of them should die. Swoosh! Lin Ling's body appeared above the blood sea. It was as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Wherever his sword passed, even early-stage low-level gods would be killed. No one could stop him. Crazy, Lin Ling is crazy. At first, people were angry at Lin Ling's ruthlessness. However, as the merciless sword slashed out, they started to feel afraid. In their eyes, Lin Ling was a madman that they couldn't afford to offend. Eugene and Titanic Crescent God frowned at Lin Ling. They could understand Lin Ling's feelings, but Lin Ling was too arrogant. Did he think that they didn't exist? Come out. However, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Therefore, he waved his right hand and a large number of chess pieces floated out. Then, they turned into countless experts in front of Lin Ling. It was the magic arsenal. Kill him. Lin Ling said mercilessly. Lin Ling, do you really want to go against the entire void of the 9 prefectures? Lei Gong is dead. Do you know what you are doing? At this moment, even Eugene and the others spoke out. However, Lin Ling was now the new master of Lei Gong's Great Hall. Therefore, they didn't dare to casually attack Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling wasn't the host of the will of the world. He wasn't like Lei Gong. All of you, die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even give face to Eugene and the others. He continued to kill without hesitation. Ah, save me. This Lin Ling is even more terrifying than Lei Gong. Chapter 43-56. The difference between Lin Ling and Lei Gong was that Lei Gong did not dare to attack his own people. On the other hand, Lin Ling dared to kill without restraint. Lin Ling had never suppressed his killing intent. Furthermore, he did not care about the entire 9 prefectures. He only cared about his own people. No, 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 don't kill me. One of the powerful elders saw Lin Ling stepping on the sea of blood and immediately waved his hand in panic. It's too late. Unfortunately, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. He knew that this elder was the one who mocked Lei Gong as the strongest. Since he had a foul mouth, he would make up for it with his life. Kill him. After Lin Ling charged into the group of experts, they were unwilling to be slaughtered and resisted with all their might. Do you think you can kill me? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. With a slash of his sword, the sea of blood churned and wiped out everything. With every step he took, the top experts of the 9 prefectures fell. It could be said that he killed 10 people with each step. Moreover, Lin Ling's magic arsenal was now slaughtering the experts. Lin Ling, that's enough. Seeing Lin Ling's fearless attitude, Titanic Crescent God finally made his move. In the sky, a huge palm viciously grabbed at Lin Ling. This was the strength of a late-stage lower deity. Lord Titanic Crescent. Seeing this, many people also shouted excitedly. Although Lin Ling represented the entire Great Hall of Lei Gong and became one of the 4 great deities, everyone knew that Lin Ling did not have the strength of the 4 great deities. Stage 3. Seeing the huge palm coming at him, Lin Ling let out a low roar. A gray robe appeared and an aura that represented nirvanic energy quietly spread out. Borrowing the power of the Demon Slayer sword, Lin Ling slashed out with all his might. This was also his strongest attack at the moment. Boom! Puff! Puff! Pop! Pop! When the great sword collided with the giant palm in the sky, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Then, everyone saw Lin Ling flying backwards. However, after drifting for thousands of miles, he stabilized his body and was safe and sound. What? Everyone was shocked. How is this possible? Titanic Crescent God also let out a cry of surprise. In everyone's opinion, Titanic Crescent God's move should have been enough to suppress Lin Ling's arrogance, but all it did was push Lin Ling back and not injure him at all. How did Lin Ling become so powerful? Without a doubt, the entire void was silent. Other than a limited number of people, everyone else was shocked. However, Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu and the others weren't surprised. First, the Titanic Crescent God had fought Lei Gong for a long time, so he was no longer at his peak. Secondly, they had all seen the strength of the grey-robed Lin Ling, but the others had not. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have the capital. It seems that Big Brother Lei Gong has his reasons for handing over the Thunder God Palace to you. Titanic Crescent God said in a low voice. He knew very well that Lin Ling had only cultivated for a short period of time, but he was already strong enough to exchange blows with a god. If given more time, Lin Ling would definitely be on par with the four great gods. However, although Lin Ling would be very strong in the future, he was still just a junior of Titanic Crescent God. If a junior dared to be so arrogant, Titanic Crescent God would lose face if he didn't teach him a lesson. I'll teach you how to behave on behalf of Big Brother Lei Gong. Titanic Crescent God roared and was about to attack again. However, at this time, an old man appeared around Lin Ling. It was Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu, followed by God Emperor Zhanggang, Giant Ghost, Saint Guyi, Young Qilin, and everyone else in the Great Hall of Lei Gong appeared behind Lin Ling. It was as if they were representing the Great Hall of Lei Gong against Titanic Crescent God. Upon seeing this, Titanic Crescent God stopped in his tracks and coldly glared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was indeed representing the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Big Brother Lei Gong? You don't have the qualifications to call Lei Gong Big Brother. Lin Ling stared coldly at Titanic Crescent God. Titanic Crescent God clenched his teeth, seemingly feeling guilty and in the wrong, so he didn't say anything this time. Lin Ling, since you've taken over the Great Hall of Lei Gong, I hope that you won't go against Big Brother Lei Gong's wishes. Remember, before he left, he also told you not to treat the 9 continents as your enemy. Titanic Crescent God spoke slowly after a long moment of silence. Scram! Hearing this, Lin Ling roared angrily. Lin Ling naturally knew about Lord Lei Gong's wishes. He had killed mercilessly earlier because he couldn't stand those people gloating over his misfortune. Since they dared to gloat, he would kill them. As for the rest, they didn't gloat, so Lin Ling didn't attack again. However, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with hostility. If it wasn't for Lord Lei Gong's wishes, Lin Ling might have killed them. Scram! Titanic Crescent God clenched his teeth again when he heard Lin Ling's voice, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything and flew away with his people. Eugene looked deeply at Lin Ling before leaving with her people. She had a feeling that after Lin Ling became the master of the Great Hall of Lei Gong, he would be even more difficult to deal with than Lei Gong. After everyone left, the void became even quieter. Luli Empress left with Eugene, her eyes flickering. Although Lei Gong had fallen, in reality, only the other gods and the Spirit Kingdom had benefited. Luli Empress didn't get any advantage at all. Instead, she had to watch Lin Ling become one of the 4 gods. And this made her very unhappy. Wait, are the 2 of you from the Great Hall of Lei Gong? At this time, Lin Ling's cold voice came from the void. His gaze was fixed on Zhong Shan and Sister Zhen. The 2 of them were shocked. Knowing how strong Lin Ling was now, they didn't dare to confront Lin Ling. I've already joined the Titanic Crescent God's side. I've joined Eugene's side. The 2 of them said at the same time. They wanted to use Eugene's name to deter Lin Ling from acting rashly. I don't care who you are. You used to be Lei Gong's people. That's enough. You have to stay. Lin Ling shouted. He saw that Zhong Shan and Sister Zhen were the only 2 traitors in the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Zhong Shan ambushed the young Lin, and Sister Zhen was even more shameless and disgusting. She ambushed Lei Gong. Although Lei Gong didn't care about Sister Zhen, how could Lin Ling not care? No, 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 we can't stay. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Zhongshan and the others' faces turned pale. They quickly looked at Eugene and said, "Sir, please help us." Previously, they had contributed to killing Lei Gong. Therefore, they knew that Eugene and the others would definitely help them. The matters of our great hall of Lei Gong are not for outsiders to interfere. Unfortunately, Lin Ling spoke again to shut Eugene and the others' mouths. Lin Ling. Eugene frowned as if he had something to say. Chapter 43-57. How dare you? What he meant was, you dare to interfere with the matters of our Lei Gong palace. Eugene stood there silently. No one knew what she was thinking. In the end, she did not say anything and turned around to leave. Her mood was extremely gloomy because her junior now had the right to reprimand her. Recalling all of this, she felt like she was in a dream because Lin Ling's growth speed was too fast. And now, if Lin Ling was an ordinary person, Eugene would not be afraid of him. But now, Lin Ling represented the entire Lei Gong palace and was one of the four gods. Eugene had to give him face. After all, when they fought against the will of the world in the future, the 9 continents void would need the help of the Lei Gong palace. Lord Eugene, don't. Looking at Eugene and the other experts who were leaving, Zhongshan and Sister Zhen's faces became even paler. Looking at the people in the Lei Gong palace, they were all filled with killing intent as they stared at Sister Zhen and Eugene. They wanted to see what these two traitors could do. Run! Sister Zhen was very clear that if she fell into Lin Ling's hands, she would only end up dead. So, her only choice was to run. Of course, she hated Eugene and the others because she killed Eugene and Lei Gong for them. But after that, Eugene and the others betrayed her and blamed Lei Gong's death on her and Zhongshan. Realm Cloud. Sister Zhen waved her right hand and a white cloud appeared, floating under her feet. Then, it carried her away at a speed of 200,000 worlds. At the same time, the white cloud under her feet was burning. Clearly, the realm cloud was an extremely rare treasure. 200,000 worlds was already beyond the limits of many people. Even Lin Ling had to use his 3rd stage fusion talent to catch up with Sister Zhen's speed. So, when the others reacted, Sister Zhen had already disappeared from their sight. Stop her! Many people roared, but they were still a step too late. She can't escape. However, Lin Ling had been keeping an eye on Sister Zhen, so he was already prepared. With a thought, 19 pillars appeared in the distant void. Then, he hid in the void and waited for Sister Zhen to rush into the pillars. And that was the universal Qingtian formation. Looking at Zhongshan, he was scared silly because Sister Zhen ran away faster than him. Damn it, is she trying to make me the scapegoat? Run! Zhongshan roared and rushed to the other side. However, no one was a fool. The moment he made his move, the others had also sensed it. Numerous figures appeared and blocked his escape path. Not good, this way. Zhongshan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he rushed to the other side. However, a huge saber came slashing at him. It was Saint Guy. This way. The fear on Zhongshan's face deepened as he turned around and fled in a frenzy. But on this side, it was Giant Ghost and Emperor God Zhang Gang. Then on the other side, it was Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu. And finally, Lin Ling stood there in his grey robe, holding his huge sword at a slanted angle. The 4 seas were completely sealed off. Ah! Zhongshan looked at the experts coming from all directions. His legs trembled and his face was as pale as paper. He knew very well what would happen to him if he fell into their hands. He also knew how much Lei Gong hated him now. Spare my life, spare my life. I was just blinded by greed before. I am loyal to the Thunder God. Zhongshan knelt down in the air and kowtowed to the crowd. Brother Qilin, I will return your air-frozen bead to you. I was greedy for your treasure, but I did not want to kill Lord Lei Gong. Moreover, if Lord Lei Gong dies, I will be heartbroken too. Unfortunately, Qilin's face was cold. He did not say a word as he slowly walked towards Zhongshan. Elder Tu, help me. You are my guardian. You watched me grow up. You can't let me die here. Seeing that it was useless to ask for Qilin's help, Zhongshan immediately looked at another old man. However, the old man's face was cold and he did not say a word. Only a thick murderous aura emanated from him. Granny Lin, help me, help me. Saint Guy, we are all trial takers. You can't watch me die. Zhongshan panicked when he saw that the crowd was not saying a word and was only moving closer. Lin Ling, I was wrong. I should not have been jealous of you. I should not have harmed Qilin. For so many years, I have worked hard in Lei Gong's great hall. I hope that you will spare my life for Lord Lei Gong's sake. In the end, Zhongshan finally knew who had the final say in Lei Gong's great hall. Therefore, he kept kowtowing to Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would spare his life. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. He held his great sword and walked over step by step. When he looked at the others in Lei Gong's great hall, they had also stopped in their tracks. However, they had surrounded Zhongshan so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Zhongshan raised his head and saw the ferocious Lin Ling walking towards him. He quietly took a step back. Years ago, when Lin Ling first came to Lei Gong's great hall, he treated Lin Ling as a junior. After that, he wanted to harm Lin Ling and bully Lin Ling in front of outsiders. That was because he felt that he was more senior and stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only lower his head in front of him. However, now, Lin Ling was already above him. Whether it was strength or status, he had greatly surpassed him. He could only look up to Lin Ling. I don't want to say anything, and I don't care to say anything. Lin Ling stopped in front of Zhongshan and looked down at him. I just want to give you a stab on behalf of Lei Gong. After saying that, Lin Ling swung his sword. As the sword fell, he turned around and walked back. Swoosh! The sword landed on Zhongshan's right arm and cut out a large amount of flesh. Zhongshan grimaced in pain and his face twisted continuously. Thank you, thank you. However, Zhongshan also heard Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling only swung his sword at him once. This meant that he could still live. Lord Lei Gong doesn't belong to me alone. Therefore, that sword only represents me and not the others. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over at the same time. Zhongshan was stunned. Subconsciously, he turned to look at the others and instantly understood what Lin Ling meant. The previous sword only represented Lin Ling and not the others. This meant that the others were going to represent Lei Gong and give him a stab. Lin Ling, you're messing with me. At the thought of this, Zhongshan roared. His eyes were bloodshot and bloodshot. Chapter 43:58. Swoosh! Blood gushed out as the blade landed on Zhongshan's left arm, cutting off a large amount of flesh and blood. Zhongshan was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Of course, what angered him the most was that the person who attacked him was his guardian, Old Tu. I will also represent Lei Gong and give you a sword strike. After Old Tu walked back, the others also walked out one after another, each of them giving Zhongshan a ruthless blow. Ah! No! With Zhongshan's strength, how could he resist the crowd? It was as if he was being executed by 1,000 cuts, bearing the anger of the crowd. Every saber, every sword, every spear, even Zhongshan's soul was under attack. No one showed mercy, venting their anger for Lei Gong's death on Zhongshan, but they didn't let him die. In the end, Zhong Shan's dantian was smashed into pieces, completely turning him into a cripple. He groaned in pain and looked up, only to find that only half of the people in Lei Gong's palace had been mobilized. There was still half who hadn't come for revenge. "Kill me, kill me," Zhong Shan said weakly. Now, he was thoroughly regretting it. Because he was greedy for the treasure of the young Qilin and thought that Lei Gong was dead for sure, he didn't hide his thoughts at all, causing everyone to hate him to death. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have exposed his thoughts so quickly. Lin Ling, it was all Lin Ling's fault. Zhong Shan was very clear that without Lin Ling, the Lei Gong's palace would have disintegrated and even been absorbed by other gods. At that time, no one would dare to make a move on him. However, after Lei Gong handed over the Lei Gong's palace to Lin Ling's words represented Lei Gong's words. Naturally, the crowd became unscrupulous. "My air-frozen bead isn't that easy to take." At this time, a huge green Qilin appeared in front of Zhong Shan. It looked at Zhong Shan and bit down, tearing out a large amount of flesh. This green Qilin was the young Qilin. Ah! Zhong Shan's body was twitching as blood flowed out from his wounds. He looked extremely miserable. However, no one sympathized with him at all. Time passed quickly. Zhong Shan no longer had a single intact piece of flesh on his body. He had turned into a skeleton with the exception of his head. Such a scene would send chills down one's spine. He was also bound by a chain to a pillar. The pillar contained precious treasures of heaven and earth that prevented Zhong Shan from dying. Because, as the first trader of Lei Gong's palace, letting him die like this was letting him off too easily. What a pity. Sister Zhen, that bitch, let him escape. When the young Qilin saw that Zhong Shan was on his last breath, it no longer paid any attention to him. This was because he had also seen it with his own eyes. It was Sister Zhen who had dealt the fatal blow to Lei Gong. Hence, compared to Zhong Shan, Sister Zhen was more infuriating. After all, Zhong Shan had the heart but not the guts. That bitch, I didn't expect her to be so vicious. Now that no one is helping her, she's the first to escape. Shameless. The others also said, unable to vent their anger. Don't worry, she won't be able to escape. At this time, Lin Ling said calmly. His words stunned everyone. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with excitement in their eyes. Lin Ling, what do you mean? The young Qilin and Shengyi were undoubtedly the most excited. This was because they had deep feelings for Lei Gong. Hence, they hated Sister Zhen the most. She won't be able to escape from my grasp. Seeing their expectant gazes, Lin Ling said calmly. That's great. Although they didn't know how Lin Ling did it, they couldn't help but laugh when they saw how confident Lin Ling was. Moreover, they were even more convinced of Lin Ling's abilities. In fact, no one objected to Lin Ling becoming the owner of Lei Gong's Grand Hall from the beginning. After all, they saw how Eugene and the rest couldn't stop them. They could object to Lin Ling, but after he arrived, he shocked the entire land of the 9 states. If Lord Lei Gong wasn't soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see too many people bleed and committed suicide, Lin Ling might have helped Lord Lei Gong defeat the strong enemies. Moreover, Lin Ling was the only person who could kill Lei Gong's enemies. Hence, they respected Lin Ling from the bottom of their hearts. Come out, Universal Qingtian Array. Seeing the excited gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling didn't hide anything. He waved his right hand and 19 pillars appeared in the distant void. Moreover, the crowd could clearly see a figure running wildly among the pillars. However, no matter how fast she was, she seemed to be unable to move at all. It was as if she was running on the spot and couldn't break through the restraints of the 19 pillars. And that person was none other than Sister Zhen. So, she didn't escape at all. Seeing this, many people laughed. Their laughter was cruel and bloodthirsty. In the end, the murderer couldn't escape the punishment of Lei Gong's Grand Hall. Moreover, if Sister Zhen escaped, the Grand Hall of Lei Gong would lose its reputation in the land of the 9 states. Others would say that the Lei Gong's Grand Hall was so powerful, but they couldn't even catch the murderer who killed Lei Gong. Fame. However, unlike what the crowd saw, Sister Zhen couldn't see those mysterious pillars at all. Instead, she saw the land of the 9 states and even the 10,000 worlds. Therefore, at this moment, she was very excited and felt a sense of relief in her heart. I finally escaped. That's great, that's great. Ha ha ha, what bullshit, Lin Ling. You can't even catch me, the murderer. You want to lead the Lei Gong's Grand Hall? I think you're dreaming. After escaping, Sister Zhen was undoubtedly very excited. She hummed a song and swaggered forward like a young girl in love. Now, she slowed down because she believed that the people from the Lei Gong's Grand Hall wouldn't be able to catch up with her. The sneak attack on Lei Gong just now was too satisfying. That damned old man, I've long disliked him. He was so unfair to me. If he hadn't committed suicide, would have attacked him again. However, the land of the 9 states can't hold me now. Eugene and the other cowards don't dare to protect me. Therefore, I'd better go find the Spirit Nation. I believe that with my strength, the Spirit Nation will definitely welcome me. Lin Ling, there's always a way out. You want to kill me? Dream on. The more Sister Zhen thought about it, the more relaxed she became. She hummed even louder. However, this song was clearly going to end soon. Because the moment she turned around, the scene in front of her suddenly changed. It was no longer the land of the 9 states. Instead, there was a large number of people standing in front of her. The person in the lead was looking at her with a cold gaze. He was Lin Ling. Lin Ling? Fake, how can this be? This is fake. Chapter 43:59. This time, I should be able to escape. She kept panting as she looked ahead. However, she was shocked when she saw what was in front of her. That was because there was a group of people in Lei Gong's palace in front of her. They were led by Lin Ling. No, this is fake. With my speed, I can escape from the east border to the north border. How could they have been waiting here for so long? Sister Zhen's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. She gritted her teeth and immediately ran away madly. How could this be? After a long time, when she thought that she had finally escaped the great calamity, a large number of experts appeared in front of her eyes. Ah! Sister Zhen's face twisted as she spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because she had continuously used up her realm essence and was shocked. That was because everything was too terrifying. She had clearly escaped tens of thousands of miles away, but she still couldn't escape from Lin Ling and the others' pursuit. How could she believe this? Could this be an illusion? Sister Zhen suppressed the fear in her heart and comforted herself. That was because everything was too unbelievable. In her opinion, it was also impossible. Sister Zhen, you have nowhere to run. However, at that moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded like thunder. It made Sister Zhen's body tremble as she spat out another mouthful of blood. No, 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 this is fake. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of Sister Zhen's mouth. This feeling was even more terrifying than being beaten up. That was because she had seen the hope of escaping time and time again, but her hope had been extinguished time and time again. No matter how strong her mentality was, she couldn't hold on any longer. Sister Zhen, open your eyes wide and look at where you are. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. It shook the entire void. Then, the scene around her quietly disappeared. When everything returned to normal, Sister Zhen saw that she was still in Lei Gong's palace. She had used all her strength to escape, but in reality, she hadn't even taken a step away. This was like a nightmare to her. Pfft! She stared at Lin Ling and the others. Then, she looked at the familiar void and spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and bloodless. Lin Ling, it's you. It's all because of you. You're playing me. Sister Zhen looked at Lin Ling with a ferocious expression. She gritted her teeth and roared. She knew very well that only Lin Ling had the strength to toy with her in the palm of his hand. Moreover, when she thought of how proud and arrogant she was before, she immediately felt like vomiting blood. Run. Let's see where you can run to. At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his formation and looked at Sister Zhen coldly. However, Sister Zhen also knew that with her current weakness, even if Lin Ling allowed her to escape, she probably wouldn't be able to. Look who he is. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a pillar floated over from afar. A skeleton was tied to the pillar, and there was not a single piece of intact flesh on the body. Even the skeleton was covered in wounds. However, Sister Zhen could tell who this person was from the head of the skeleton. Who else could it be but Zhong Shan? Boom! Subconsciously, Sister Zhen shuddered. She knew that Zhong Shan's fate was the same as hers. Of course, she never thought that Zhong Shan would end up in such a miserable state. He was completely tortured. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. Looking away, Sister Zhen looked at Lin Ling in fear and said, "You're a devil. Zhong Shan is your senior brother. How dare you treat him like this? Also, ever since you came to the Lei Gong Grand Hall, our originally peaceful Lei Gong Grand Hall has been filled with twists and turns. Now, even Lei Gong is dead. In my opinion, this is all because of you, you jinx." Sister Zhen looked at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. She was different from Zhong Shan. She knew very well that begging for mercy was useless in front of Lin Ling. Therefore, she wanted to deprive Lin Ling of his rights in Lei Gong. This way, Lin Ling would not be able to do anything to her. Everyone, don't believe him. He has been eyeing Lord Lei Gong's position for a long time. This time, everything was just part of his plan. Big Sister Zhen kept roaring. In the end, she almost believed what she said. However, even if she believed what she thought, it did not mean that Lord Lei Gong Grand Hall would believe her. Therefore, not only did people ignore her, but they also looked at her with more resentment. That was because Sister Zhen was too shameless. Not only did she sneak attack Lei Gong, she even wanted to slander Lin Ling. When Eugene and the others attacked, Lin Ling was the only one who contributed the most in the entire Lei Gong Grand Hall. He even killed a large number of experts. So, did Sister Zhen think they were idiots? Say it. I'll give you a chance to say it. Let's see if you can change your fate and survive from my hands. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was no longer in a hurry. Bastard! Sister Zhen cursed in her heart when she heard Lin Ling's words. She suddenly looked at Lei Gong and said with a smile, "Young Lin, you're the strongest person in Lei Gong Grand Hall and have followed Lord Lei Gong for so long." However, in the end, Lord Lei Gong handed over Lord Lei Gong Grand Hall to Lin Ling. You, on the other hand, didn't get anything. Are you convinced? Moreover, Lin Ling may not be your opponent now, but he will surpass you in time. Are you willing to accept that? It was obvious that Sister Zhen was very cunning and knew how to drive a wedge between them. And Xingyi, you were personally brought back by Lord Lei Gong. I know you treat Lord Lei Gong like a father, but now, your father's great undertaking has been passed to Lin Ling. Don't you feel wronged? Sister Zhen looked at Xingyi and said, "In my opinion, you're the most qualified person to become the master of Lei Gong Grand Hall. I'm convinced by Lin Ling." However, Xingyi finally spoke after Sister Zhen finished speaking. His voice was crisp and clear without any hesitation. After he was crippled, everyone laughed at him and looked down on him. Only Lin Ling remained the same and even helped him. Moreover, he helped Lei Gong not because of the Lei Gong Grand Hall, but because of their friendship. Now that Lei Gong had passed the Lei Gong Grand Hall to Lin Ling, he had no choice but to accept it. If there was anyone who was unconvinced, even if there were others who were unconvinced, he would be the first to challenge them. I'm convinced by Lin Ling as well. At this moment, young Qilin spoke, I know what you want to say and do, but I'm sorry to tell you that Lin Ling is indeed stronger than me. The Lei Gong Grand Hall can only be brought to greater heights by him. You. Hearing this, Sister Zhen was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood. She thought that the baby Qilin would be secretly dissatisfied with Lin Ling, but who knew that the baby Qilin would directly admit defeat when facing Lin Ling? If that was the case, what was the use of her trying to drive a wedge between them? She really couldn't understand how a mere Lin Ling was qualified to unify the entire Thunder God Great Hall, and no one had any objections. Chapter 4360. Sister Zhen, what else do you have to say? Sister. At this moment, Lin Ling finally looked at Sister Zhen. Under his loud shout, Sister Zhen fell to the ground with a plop. Then, she was so frightened that her snot and tears flowed out. She lost control of her body. This was because she knew that she had nowhere to run. When she thought of Lin Ling's revenge, she felt as if her whole world had collapsed. Lin Ling, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Moreover, I didn't kill Lei Gong. At this moment, she no longer had a strong backbone. She was begging for mercy. I know. That's why I won't kill you. Just like how I treated Zhong Shan, I will never kill you. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. However, his words made Sister Zhen look at the tied-up Zhong Shan. Her body trembled again because she knew very well that Zhong Shan must have endured countless tortures to end up like this. Ha ha ha, Sister Zhen, you want to escape? Dream on. You'd better suffer with me. Suddenly, Zhong Shan's weak voice floated over. It carried a hint of madness. He had obviously been tortured to the point of insanity. Ha ha ha. Zhong Shan's laughter resounded throughout the entire void. Hearing that laughter, Sister Zhen's body went completely limp. She lay on the ground, motionless. Men, tie her up. Seeing this, Lin Ling shouted angrily. Immediately, someone tied Sister Zhen to a pillar. Everyone looked at Sister Zhen with eyes full of anger. They all remembered how Sister Zhen had sneak-attacked Lei Gong not long ago. Today, they wanted to return that attack to Sister Zhen. Moreover, everyone had to return the attack. Lin Ling was naturally the first to act. With a single slash, he cut off a large amount of Sister Zhen's flesh. Then, he turned around and left. Ah! Sister Zhen's painful voice echoed throughout the void. Her voice was as sharp as a ghost's cry. She wanted to resist with all her might, but there was nothing she could do. She could only look at the people who were staring at her covetously. She never expected that she, a former Lei Gong trial taker, would end up like this. Ah! When Lin Ling left, Sister Zhen's pained voice kept drifting out. However, Lin Ling was no longer paying attention to him. He looked into the distance as though he could see Lei Gong disappear. This made him clench his fists quietly. Because his respected Lord Lei Gong had been forced to his death right in front of him. This enmity, this humiliation, Lin Ling would never forget. Lin Ling knew very well that if it weren't for Yushan and Titanic Crescent God, the Lightning God wouldn't have died. Lord Lei Gong, I'm sorry. I, Lin Ling, am not you. I can't let my family and friends die for the sake of the world. Therefore, I will avenge your death no matter what. I also know that you are not willing to die here. You just don't want to be implicated too much. They're just people. Eugene, Titanic Crescent God, I will definitely take revenge on them. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and his voice carried a wisp of surging killing intent. He was not like Lei Gong. He did not care about the God realm or the void of the 9 continents. He only cared about the people around him. The people he wanted to protect would always be the people around him. Lin Ling, I'm afraid this is a scheme of the Spirit Nation. At this time, Nanwu Fengyu walked over and said. Lin Ling nodded. He even knew that Eugene and the others knew about the 8 Gods' diary. This was what Luli Empress told them. Therefore, Luli Empress was also Lin Ling's primary enemy. The spirit nation is too big. I, Lin Ling, cannot touch them at the moment. However, I must kill Luli Empress with my own hands. Lin Ling said word by word. Although he knew that Luli Empress was now a member of the spirit nation, even if he told this to Eugene, Eugene might not believe him. Instead, they would think that Lin Ling was looking for an opportunity to attack Luli Empress. Now that Lei Gong has fallen, the void of the 9 continents has lost one of its pillars. The spirit nation, which has been hiding in the shadows, is ready to make a move. Therefore, to prevent any trouble from happening to the Grand Hall of Lei Gong, we must find a safer and more hidden place. Suppressing his killing intent, Lin Ling looked into the distance and said. This was because more than half of the Grand Hall of Lei Gong had died. If the spirit nation wanted to attack the void of the 9 continents, they would definitely attack the Grand Hall of Lei Gong first. That's right. If we hide, the spirit nation can only attack the other gods. Nanwu Fengyu nodded immediately. This void is not bad. Lin Ling, let's rest here for the time being. At this time, Emperor God Zhan Gang and Giant Ghost walked over. Emperor God Zhan Gang said. Lin Ling nodded and smiled at them, thank you for your help in this matter. He was very clear that regardless of whether he was the master of the Grand Hall of Lei Gong, without the help of Nanwu Fengyu and the others, the Grand Hall of Lei Gong would definitely be the weakest among the 4 gods. Although this void is not bad, there is no spiritual qi here. It's not suitable for martial artists to cultivate. Oh right, I've obtained quite a number of God springs. If I can obtain 999 of them, I can set up the 9-9 return to 1 array formation and use the spirit to nurture the spirit. Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of an ancient array formation. If he could set it up in this void, it could also allow the spiritual qi in a certain area to be comparable to the void of the 9 continents. I've obtained quite a number of God springs from Emperor Thunder God Monarch. Lin Ling quickly checked and found out that the number of God springs was still lacking. He had to think of a way to obtain 999 of them. Of course, although the number of God springs was not enough, it was still enough to nourish a small area with spiritual qi. Thinking of this, Lin Ling immediately decided to set up the array formation. Then, he looked at the void and saw 2 huge pillars. Their bodies had turned into skeletons, but their heads were intact. They were Sister Zhen and Zhong Shan. Now, they were not dead, but they were suffering inhumane torture. Moreover, maggots had appeared on their bodies. As long as they grew a piece of flesh, the maggots would devour them crazily, making Sister Zhen and Zhong Shan beg for death. This punishment is enough to appease the Thunder God and allow the Thunder God Hall to vent their anger. Lin Ling nodded secretly. This was the first thing he did for Lei Gong after he became the master of Lei Gong's Great Hall. Lord Lei Gong. At this moment, the experts in Lei Gong's Great Hall flew over and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Although their reverence was not as sincere as when they faced Lei Gong, it was almost the same. This showed that the people in Lei Gong's Great Hall were completely convinced by Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded at the crowd. Chapter 4361. Lord Lei Gong, if there's anything you need our help with, feel free to ask. An old man said to Lin Ling as he clasped his hands and bowed. Good. Help me bring these divine springs to the Qian position. Arrange them according to my method. Remember, no matter what, you cannot make a mistake in the spirit formation I taught you. Don't worry, Lord Lei Gong. Although my spirit formation Dao cannot be compared to Miao Shen's true teachings, it's not like I don't know anything. That's good. As for you, go to the Qian position and arrange these divine springs. Lin Ling continued to instruct as he watched the crowd leave. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he sprinkled the rest of the divine spring. His powerful soul power shrouded a part of the void. Finally, after choosing a good realm, he immediately set up a boundary array in that realm. This void was the battlefield for the 8 gods' heavenly palaces quota. It was very large, but there was no spiritual energy, so it was not suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Lin Ling knew very well why it was like that. It was because there was no great Tao of laws here. As for the great ways of the natural laws, even the Thunder God was unable to create them, much less Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was able to use the spirit formation to allow a certain realm to be filled with spiritual energy. Thus, as long as Lin Ling concealed the void, other than his own people, no one else would be able to find it. This void was an extremely precious place to hide. I'm afraid the origin of this void is not ordinary. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu exclaimed as he looked into the distance. Such a large void was clearly not just born. It should have been born many years ago. It was likely that Lord Lei Gong had accidentally obtained it, or it could have been gifted to Lei Gong by an expert. After the spirit formation is arranged, I'll bring everyone here. Lin Ling continued to set up the array formation as he thought to himself. Time quietly passed. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers bloomed and withered. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. At this moment, in a vast realm in the void, a large number of prosperous buildings were located on an ancient land. Looking along the horizon, this continent was also extremely prosperous. The population had reached hundreds of millions, and the experts were as numerous as clouds. In the distance, a large number of buildings were being built. All of this symbolized that this realm was flourishing and growing continuously. What rich spiritual energy! The cultivators in this realm were very satisfied with the density of the spiritual qi here. Although the spiritual qi here was the same as the void of the 9 continents, it was purer. I've heard that this is a great array set up by Lord Lei Gong. It uses the divine spring to nourish the divine spring, so as long as the great array is not destroyed, the spiritual energy will never stop. That's nothing. Right now, there are already 900 divine springs scattered throughout the entire void. There are still 99 more to complete. At that time, the spiritual qi of the great array will more than double. Hee, this is really a paradise. However, it's not a place where ordinary people can come. Other than Lei Gong's Great Hall, those who are familiar with this place can only enter with a guarantee. Moreover, after being recognized by this void, we can freely enter and exit the void of the 9 continents, but others can't. When the experts of the Spirit Nation arrive, we can also hide here and be safe. That's right. The cultivators in the realm chatted excitedly. Boom! On this day, a roar sounded, and the entire void shook. Then, an endless amount of spiritual qi sprinkled down like rain, landing on the realm, causing countless people to feel relaxed and happy. So beautiful. Some women raised their heads and looked at the meteor shower with excitement in their eyes. Ling Er's great array has finally come to an end. Looking at the meteor shower in the sky, Ancestor Tai Yen, Yu, and the others smiled. During this period of time, although Lin Ling was setting up the great array, he often accompanied them. Therefore, they all knew that the moment the array was completed would be in the next few days. Now that they saw the meteor shower, they immediately knew that the array was completed. If they could find the remaining 99 divine springs, the array would be able to reach its limit. Lin Ling is here. At this time, someone looked at the sky and saw a slender figure with a smile on his face walking down step by step. Lord Lin Ling. At this moment, many people in the continent cupped their hands and bowed. They looked at the man as if they were looking at a god. These people were all from the God Slayer Alliance. Now that the God Slayer Alliance had joined Lei Gong's Great Hall, the severely damaged Lei Gong's Great Hall had finally recovered a portion of its strength. Lord Lei Gong. In a distant place, the experts of Lei Gong's great hall had all arrived and bowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, this great array is not bad. Young Qilin led Shengyi and the others over. Of course, they also bowed to Lin Ling before speaking with a smile. Although they had a good relationship with Lin Ling, they couldn't ignore etiquette. After all, Lin Ling was their Lei Gong. Looking at everyone, Lin Ling smiled slightly. A sense of pride and accomplishment quietly rose in his heart. This was because he was no longer the same person as before. He was one of the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures void, one of the 4 strongest kings of the 9 prefectures void. Thinking back to the day when he first came to the 9 prefectures, he never imagined that such a day would come. Brother Ling. At this time, Yu and the others rushed over and held Lin Ling's hand with a smile. Is everyone all right? Lin Ling also asked if something big had happened at home. Second brother, it's very difficult to enter this void unless you're recognized. Thus, up until now, other than our own people, the other gods and people of the spirit nation have not been able to enter this place. Sakura immediately smiled. He and many leaders of the God Slayer Alliance were the guardians of the void. They knew the current situation of the void. I remember half a year ago, there were people who wanted to enter this place, but in the end, they all failed. They could only leave with their tails between their legs. When they ran away, they even said that this spirit formation didn't exist in this world. Young Beast Lord said with a smile. Of course. Lin Ling nodded. His current Tao of spirit formations all came from the inheritance treasures of the gods. Back then, he had used the Tao of spirit formations to guide the great snow barrier deity of God Miao's true inheritance. Thus, he naturally knew that people from God Miao's true inheritance would not be able to break the barrier of the void. Lin Ling, is the array done? Chapter 43-62. After entering, it would be impossible to remain undetected because they would only appear at the same location. At that time, Sakura and the others would be able to check if they were spies. Lin Ling, we found the divine spring. It said that there are about 100 of them. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu and the others went out for the divine spring. 100 of them. Lin Ling knew very well that even though the formation had taken shape, if he wanted to unleash its full potential, he needed 999 divine springs. Now, he was still short of 99 divine springs. Furthermore, as long as there were enough pillars, the 9x9-to-1 formation could be combined with the universal Qingtian formation to form the 9x9 universal Qingtian formation. There would be a total of 99 pillars in the south, and it would be much easier to trap the gods. Then there's no time to lose. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he needed divine springs for his cultivation and grand spirit formations. Thus, he was eager to find even more divine springs. Of course, after becoming a lower god, the energy needed to break through was too much. So Lin Ling planned to set up the formation first to solve his worries. Okay. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu and the others nodded. Lin Ling bid farewell to everyone and left with Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu and the others. Everyone watched Lin Ling and the others leave and smiled. They weren't worried about their trip because they knew that they were the strongest in Lei Gong's hall. Even if the Titanic Crescent God was here, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. Grandpa Treasure God, did anything happen in the 9-province void in the past 3 years? After leaving the void, Lin Ling and the others appeared in Lei Gong's hall again. However, the hall was now empty with barriers everywhere. It was difficult for outsiders to get close. Nothing in the short term, but the spirit nation seems to be restless. Someone said that they saw experts from the spirit nation in the north. Also, Daoist Myriad Treasures has appeared. He's the one who spread the news about the divine spring. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu and Emperor God Zhang Gang said. Daoist Myriad Treasures. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Daoist Master of Myriad Treasures was the host of the world's will, and not many people knew about this. Moreover, Daoist Master of Myriad Treasures had the key to the final floor of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, so Daoist Master of Myriad Treasures definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. I was just looking for him. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He also knew that it would be very difficult for him to break through by relying on the treasures in the void of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, the Daoist of many treasures had always been mysterious, so he might know some secret realms. Where is he? Lin Ling hurriedly looked at treasure god Nan Wufengyu and said. That old fox is very cunning. Although he hid very well, the news was still leaked. He is now in Qing province. God Emperor Zhang Gang immediately laughed mischievously. It was as if he knew about Daoist myriad treasures and was very pleased with himself. This was because he knew that Daoist Master of Many Treasures was a figure from the ancient era, and he was even older than God Emperor Zhang Gang. Sometimes, the news might not be leaked. That old fox is able to move between the 4 great gods and the spirit nation. He is not as simple as we think. However, Lin Ling had the opposite view. This was because no matter how fierce the battle between the spirit nation and the 4 great gods was, Daoist Master of Many Treasures would disappear without a trace. It was as if he was dead, and no expert could find him. When he was about to appear, everyone in the 9 prefectures would receive the news. It gave people the feeling that he was deliberately letting others know about his whereabouts. Now that you mention it, I feel that it is indeed so. If not for the news being leaked, we might not have known about Daoist Master of Many Treasures' whereabouts. Treasure god Nan Wufengyu nodded. Moreover, his appearance seems to be premeditated. For example, when he announced the map of the 7th level of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, and this time, I feel that he is adding fuel to the fire. Lin Ling guessed again. I can only say that he is also a host body of the world will. Although the host bodies of the world will are one, they do not get along and want to devour each other. Therefore, other than treating the 9 prefectures as his enemy, perhaps the spirit nation is also his enemy. His goal might be for us to fight to the death with the spirit nation. I will live while he reaps the benefits of the fisherman. Treasure god Nan Wufengyu lightly said. We have arrived at the Azure province. At this time, the giant ghost's voice suddenly came. An ancient and vast continent appeared in front of them. It was packed with people and seemed to be thriving. The Azure province was also the place Lin Ling went to when he first came to the 9 prefectures. Back then, the Azure Emperor, the 3rd Princess, the Martial God Camp, and many other places had Lin Ling's memories. The Azure province is truly a good place. Lin Ling couldn't help but chuckle. His powerful soul force spread out and enveloped the entire Azure province, quietly investigating everything. Although there aren't many experts, it's not as few as I thought. It seems like they are here for the myriad treasures sage. Then, Lin Ling withdrew his soul force. With his current powerful soul force, he could easily find out how many experts there were in the Azure province. Unless the opponent was very strong and had a special method to conceal Lin Ling's soul force. Follow me, I have found the myriad treasures sage. Then, Lin Ling said to treasure god Nan Wufengyu and the others. With that, he strode into the Azure province. Someone is coming. At this moment, in a restaurant, a dirty and sloppy old man faintly smiled. Then, he poured himself a cup of wine and began to drink. That guy should be the new Lei Gong Lin Ling. I didn't expect my prediction back then to be correct. This person has risen in such a short time and is now an existence that cannot be underestimated in the 9 prefectures void. In the future, he will definitely be the #1 enemy of the world will. The old man faintly muttered to himself, then revealed a cold smile. And he was the myriad treasures sage. Moreover, he sensed that many experts were heading towards the restaurant he was in. At this moment, Lin Ling also rushed over with treasure god Nan Wufengyu and the others. Along the way, Lin Ling also notified the 3rd princess and the others. After a short greeting, they soon arrived at the restaurant where the myriad treasures sage was. There are quite a lot of people. Before entering, Lin Ling sensed that there were many experts in the restaurant. These experts were all in the god realm. After Lei Gong's death, the number of experts hiding in the void seems to have increased by quite a lot. Even treasure god Nanwu Fengyu sensed it, but he was not afraid. This was because the four of them were so strong that even Eugene and the others could contend with them. Let's go in. The giant ghost took the lead and stepped into the restaurant. However, at this moment, an invisible shockwave hit him in the face. It was a powerful divine power, like a membrane that blocked outsiders outside the door. Moreover, this shockwave was also malicious. It rushed into the giant ghost's body in an attempt to discover its origin. Chapter 43-63. Puchi. In the hall on the first floor, a skinny old man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked at the giant ghost in anger. He had only checked a little, but the giant ghost had dared to injure him. The others on the first floor were used to it. They drank and ate as if they were ordinary people. However, although they acted ordinary, they were all extremely powerful. They were all godly kings. Therefore, their eyes flashed. The barrier was used to prevent ordinary people from entering. Those who could enter were not weak. They were qualified to meet the Sage of Myriad Treasures. The four people outside were obviously not weak. They were qualified. I wonder who those four people are. They can't be weak to be able to force the old man back. Now, in the void of the 9 regions, after the fall of the Thunder God, many experts are like carps in a river. Especially after the investiture of the gods in the 9 regions, many people have returned to their divine positions. In addition to these years of cultivation, their strength is no longer the same as it was in the past. Now that they have succeeded in their cultivation, their strength has greatly increased. Yes. That's possible. Yes. These experts who were familiar with each other quietly discussed. Lin Ling and the others stepped into the inn. The giant ghost's face was fierce as he stared at the skinny old man who had spat out blood. Not only did the old man try to stop him, he even tried to see through the giant ghost's origins. One had to know that the giant ghost was one of the 8 god wills. This was a secret, but the old man did not know etiquette and casually checked. Yo, who are you? So arrogant that you dare to injure my people. Yes. Suddenly, a chuckle could be heard. In the corner, a man in a green robe was playing with a wine cup as he spoke. Don't you know that you have to apologize to those who touch my Xiao Taishan? Yes. Then, the young man took a sip of wine and muttered to himself. Apologize? Yes. Hearing this, the giant ghost laughed. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and Emperor god Zhang Gang laughed as well. Although they sensed that the young man had a mysterious aura, perhaps he had a powerful background. However, even if he had a powerful background, he would have to lower his noble head in front of them. What? I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Noticing the smiles on their faces, the young man stopped drinking and looked over. Giant Ghost and the others noticed that the young man's left and right eyes were different colors. One was red and the other was green. Of course, this only caused the giant ghost and the others to be slightly surprised. Lin Ling didn't even look at the young man. Instead, he quietly locked onto 2 people. They were a man and a woman in a corner on the other side. Although these 2 people were wearing ordinary clothes, Lin Ling still felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, he instantly guessed that these 2 people were the ones he met in the 8th district. On the 7th floor of Divine Heaven Palace, treasure god Nanwu Fengyu fought against the 2 experts from the underworld. Grandpa Treasure God. Lin Ling immediately sent a voice transmission. It's them. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu also noticed this and was startled. He didn't expect that Daoist Myriad Treasure's appearance would attract the attention of these 2 experts. In the previous battle, although treasure god Nanwufengyu easily suppressed these two people, he also knew that these two people had just arrived in the void of the 9 continents and couldn't use many of their powers. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so simple. Of course, when Lin Ling and the others were secretly investigating these two people, they were very powerful and also noticed Lin Ling and the others. Now, these two people's appearances had changed, as if they had taken over other people's bodies. It's them. They were also secretly transmitting their voices. That brat made me suffer a great loss in the past. However, it seems like his strength has increased. After all, he was only a martial god when he was in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Now, he has divine origin. The man said indifferently, but then he shook his head, but that's all. Now, I'm not the same as before. The power I can summon from the underworld has increased. Let's wait until the matter with Daoist myriad treasure is over. Next to him, the woman nodded. They all chose to pretend that they didn't know Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and treasure god Nanwufengyu noticed that they were playing dumb. Naturally, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, so they ignored them. On the other hand, the giant ghost walked step by step toward the young man in green, then came to the injured skinny old man and smashed the 8 gods' steel in his hand. Boom! The skinny old man's pupils constricted. Obviously, he didn't expect the giant ghost to be so arrogant, daring to attack in front of his master. He wanted to resist, but in the end, he was no match for the giant ghost. His head was smashed by the steel, then he spat out blood and fainted. Moreover, this smash seemed very calm, and the restaurant didn't shake at all. Even so, everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at the giant ghost. Obviously, they were shocked by the giant ghost's strength. I'll kill him right now. What, you're not convinced? The giant ghost carried the steel on his shoulder and looked provocatively at the young man in green, as if he didn't care at all. The young man raised his eyes and looked indifferently at the giant ghost. Some things can't be done, or you'll regret it. Clearly, you've done something that you'll regret for the rest of your life. Is that so? I want to know what I'll regret. The giant ghost looked straight at him. He could sense the mystery of the other party, but he wasn't afraid at all. Crown Prince, there's no need to say anything to him. Just attack. At this moment, at a table next to the young man in green, an old man said indifferently. He played with a wine cup in his hand, and golden light bloomed in his eyes. The dignity of my clan cannot be bullied. His voice was filled with thick arrogance, and he was very high up. 3 breaths left. If you cut off one of your arms, you'll still have a chance to live. After drinking the wine in his hand, the old man spoke again. Looking at the young man in green, he sneered because he knew who the old man was. With him speaking, there were very few people in the 9 states who could resist him. 1, 2, 3. However, at this moment, the giant ghost had already counted. He was counting for the old man, and then he said, "Okay, it's over." What now? You're courting death. The old man obviously didn't expect that the Yiksha-like guy would dare to slap him in the face. He felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. "Uncle Dragon, let me." The young man in green roared angrily and shot out. His speed was incomparably fast. In mid-air, a dragon claw appeared and grabbed at the giant ghost. Dragon Clan. This was a real dragon, and his strength was at the deity realm. The eyes of the people on the first floor narrowed. Although they knew that the young man in green was very strong, they didn't expect him to be from the Dragon Clan. Chapter 43-64. This was because the Dragon Clan was the most mysterious in the 9 prefectures. They were like an ancient divine gate that was isolated from the world. People had only heard of them but had never seen them. Now, someone from this legendary colossus had finally entered the world. Do you regret it now? Alas, why bother? We didn't want to reveal our identities, but you forced us. Now that you know who we are, don't you feel terrified and afraid? The green-clothed young man smiled proudly and slapped his dragon claw at the giant ghost. Rumble. However, the giant ghost held the 8-god steel with both hands and swept it fiercely. Swoosh. The restaurant shook slightly. On the surface, the momentum wasn't terrifying, but the two of them didn't want to disturb Daoist myriad treasures and prevent their power from leaking out. Moreover, it looked like the impetus wasn't great on the surface, but in reality, everyone in the hall on the first floor noticed a terrifying gale assault their faces. If it wasn't for them urging divine essence to protect their bodies, they would have probably been torn into pieces long ago. So strong? Who are you? The green-clothed young man wanted to suppress the giant ghost with one move, but he realized that this ferocious-looking fellow wasn't weak at all. Crown Prince, let me help you. When the old man saw this, his figure disappeared and suddenly appeared behind the giant ghost and slashed out with his dragon claw. If one looked carefully, he had transformed into an ancient golden dragon that was as thick as a water bucket. He was dazzling with golden light and was very dignified. His dragon claw seemed to be made of gold and was extremely hard. The dragon clan had countless dragon gods, but they were also divided into ranks. For example, the dragon god bloodline and the collateral bloodline. The dragon god bloodline was also divided into 3 and 6 ranks. Obviously, these two people had a high status in the dragon clan. Slap. However, when the golden dragon's claw was about to grab the giant ghost, a palm suddenly grabbed and blocked the dragon's claw. It was Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that this old man was strong, so he used the second stage of his innate talent fusion. After the second stage, Lin Ling easily blocked the golden dragon's attack and was even stronger. Who are you? The golden dragon let out a low voice that was mixed with shock. This was because he had never expected that the two people he had casually met would be so powerful. Could it be that the current Jianghu void was filled with deities? His divine energy is so dense. It doesn't seem like the strength of an early-stage low god at all. Moreover, his fleshly body strength and divine energy are much stronger than before. Could he be the reincarnation of something? How could his strength increase so much in such a short period of time? The man and woman in the corner were also surprised, because last time in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling was not this strong. I'm your father. At this time, Lin Ling held the dragon claw in one hand, and the power of 800,000 worlds and 4,000 strands of divinity were activated at the same time. Ka ka ka. Cracks started to appear on the golden dragon's claws, and the golden dragon was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat because he finally understood how powerful Lin Ling was. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. The golden dragon's claw was torn off by Lin Ling, and golden blood splattered all over the ground. Ah! The golden dragon god, who was in midair, fell to the ground with a plop. Then, his whole body shone with golden light, and he turned into a human again. However, this time, he was holding his broken arm, and his face was as pale as paper. His angry eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. This was because not long ago, he said that he would cut off one of the giant ghost's arms, but in the blink of an eye, he had lost one of his arms. Moreover, it was done by a domineering method. Of course, he was not the only one who was surprised. The people around him were also shocked. This was because every person who could appear here was a deity, and every one of them had a supreme status. However, such a deity had lost an arm just like that. It was too unbelievable. If someone had said this to them not long ago, they would have thought it was a joke. How could a deity be crippled so easily? But now, they believed it. Boom! The young man in green was also shocked. In the end, he was hit in the face by the giant ghost's stone tablet, and he fell to the ground. Do you know who we are? The two of them raised their heads and spoke at the same time. In the corners of the restaurant, many powerhouses stood up. These people were obviously with the young man in green. Moreover, their bodies were full of dragon's aura, and they were ready to help. Do you know who you're dealing with? The old man shouted angrily. Rebellion, rebellion. Mere humans dared to attack the noble dragon god. This was definitely rebellion. Hee, the dragon race isn't that great, is it? Lin Ling looked down at them with a disdainful smile in his eyes. When the giant ghost had entered the inn, it was these people from the dragon race who had attacked first. Of course, it was fine if they had attacked, but they had domineeringly investigated the giant ghost's origin. This was obviously a violation of the rules between cultivators. However, at that time, Lin Ling's eyes had fallen on the man and woman in the corner, so he had ignored them for the time being. Now, they had the nerve to say that they were from the dragon race? Was the dragon race that great? He, Lin Ling, had seen the dragon race several times. He had even seen the dragon god in the Dragon Valley. Of course, to Lin Ling, he had seen the more terrifying ancient dragon god, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Therefore, these dragon gods from the era of the gods were nothing. Stop blabbering, you talk too much. I'll pull out your dragon tendons. Lin Ling did not waste any more words and pounced on the young man in green. The latter was stunned and roared, "You dare! Lin Ling, I'll help you." Unfortunately, not only did Lin Ling not dare to do anything, the giant ghost also rushed over. The two of them pressed down on the young man in green. The latter reverted to his dragon form, but he could not change his size. He could only become as thick as a water bucket and was ridden by Lin Ling and the old man. Meanwhile, Lin Ling violently opened the green dragon's mouth and continuously pulled out the dragon's tongue. He pulled out the dragon's tongue. These two guys. Seeing this scene, the people who were originally shocked were now as shocked as the gods. Despite their vast experience, this was the first time they saw a dragon god being pulled out by someone. "How dare you, we are the dragon race's dragon gods. You're dead, you're dead." The old man at the side struggled to get up, but a foot suddenly stomped on him, pushing him back to the ground. The one standing on top of him was none other than treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. "Xiaolong, lie down obediently, this has nothing to do with you," treasure god Nanwu Fengyu said with a beaming face. Although it seemed like a casual action, it was enough to stop the old man from moving. "Who the hell are you people?" At this time, the old man finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate, because among the 4 people, 3 of them were abnormally strong. How could there be so many powerful people in the 9 continents void? "You don't need to know who we are, but his name is Lin Ling." Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu did not hide anything, pointing at Lin Ling who was pulling out dragon tendons. "Lin Ling, he's Lin Ling." The old man's pupils constricted. The faces of the experts on the first floor changed dramatically. Chapter 43-65. He was one of the 4 great gods in the void of the 9 continents. During the Great War of the Gods 3 years ago, this ferocious new god had killed countless gods in the void. He was so powerful that people would pale at the mere mention of his name. Even the other gods did not dare to provoke him easily. Not to mention the 9 continents void, even in the spirit kingdom, Lin Ling was the #1 enemy of the spirit kingdom. Now, this legendary figure had actually appeared before their eyes. No wonder these 2 fellows were so fierce, daring to ride the dragon god and angrily pulling out dragon tendons. Ah. As for the young man who seemed to be the dragon race's crown prince, he was screaming in pain. Lin Ling had forcefully pulled out his dragon head and tongue, causing him to cry from the pain. So noisy. Moreover, Lin Ling found him annoying, so he ruthlessly punched his dragon head a few times. The young man was dizzy, his face was red, and he almost fainted. However, while the young man was in pain, his heart was also filled with shock. Lei Gong Lin Ling. It was actually Lei Gong Lin Ling. He finally knew why the person on top of him was not afraid of him. "You should know someone called Xiao Er." That fellow is also from the dragon race. He has been arrogant in front of me many times, but I beat him until he takes a detour whenever he sees me. You are not as smart as Xiao Er, you actually took the initiative to provoke me. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Lin Ling was still riding on the young man's body as he spoke with disdain. I was wrong. The young man was from the dragon race and was arrogant. He was ordered by the dragon race to find the Daoist of many treasures and investigate the whereabouts of the next will of the world. Now that he knew which god was on top of him, he put away his arrogance. Lord Lei Gong, we know we were wrong. The old man looked at Lin Ling pleadingly. Nanwu Fengyu, who was stepping on him, saw this and slowly retracted his foot. The old man quickly got up and kowtowed to Lin Ling, then gave himself 3 hard slaps. Pa pa pa. After 3 slaps, the dragon teeth were sent flying. I was wrong. I hope that for the sake of Lord Dragon God, you will spare us this time. After the fight, the old man said. Lord Dragon God. Lin Ling's eyes flashed when he heard this. He recalled the old dragon god he'd met at the Kaiyuan River all those years ago. At that time, the old dragon god had helped Lin Ling on numerous occasions, so Lin Ling had to give him some face. In truth, Lin Ling had always been giving face to the old dragon god. Otherwise, with Xiao Er's initial provocation, he would have already killed him. Consider yourselves lucky. Lin Ling gave the giant ghost a look, then climbed up from the young man's body. Next, they all walked towards a table and chairs, and the green-clothed young man's follower immediately eagerly served them good wine and food. Shopkeeper, bring up all the delicious food. We want to entertain this lord. Someone even shouted at the restaurant. Right away, right away. The shopkeeper of the restaurant was weak and had long been afraid of this group of people. Now that he heard this, he didn't dare to say anything and immediately busied himself in fear. This is Qingzhou. Remember, Qingzhou is under my protection. If I find out that anyone is causing trouble here, then unless you escape from the void of Zhozhou, you'd better obediently admit your mistakes. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your worthless lives. Lin Ling said indifferently as he drank. His words were naturally directed at the people on the first floor. This group of people was very powerful. If they attacked in Qingzhou, Qingzhou would definitely be destroyed, and countless people would die. Qingzhou was the 3rd princess territory, and the 3rd princess was Lin Ling's disciple. Naturally, Lin Ling had to protect her. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Many people immediately spoke up. In the face of Lei Gong, one of the 4 great gods, even if they were gods, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Many of them were enemies and wanted to attack after seeing Sage Duobao. However, after hearing Lin Ling's words, they didn't dare to fight in Qingzhou. Lin Ling has become more and more powerful. In the corner, there was a mysterious man wearing a large cloak. He was drinking wine indifferently at this moment. Her jade-like hand holding the wine cup was as white as jade, and her red fingernails glowed with an alluring light. Just looking at the side of her drinking wine was enough to make people's imaginations run wild. However, no one who could enter the hall on the first floor was weak. Therefore, people were only curious about her, but they didn't dare to look at her too much. She knew Lin Ling because she was Longnyang's acquaintance, and she knew Lin Ling. During this period of time, Longnyang had been hiding. Even when Eugene and the others wanted to harm Lei Gong, she just pretended to follow them and quietly left after going there. This was because she knew that Lin Ling would never agree to harm Lei Gong. And this was indeed the case. After that, she heard about Lin Ling's matter. Fortunately, she wasn't there at that time. Otherwise, she would have been killed by Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling's strength had surpassed her by more than 2 times. If she wanted to take revenge, the difficulty had undoubtedly increased by several times. After the 9 prefectures' investiture of the gods, the 9 prefectures' void has become hundreds of times stronger than before. However, Lin Ling is clearly not the reincarnation of a god. Yet, he has improved the fastest and his strength has increased the most. This is really puzzling. Longyang secretly said. She knew that Lin Ling and Luli Empress had a grudge against each other. However, the current Luli Empress was probably no match for Lin Ling. This was because she had secretly investigated and found out that Luli Empress had disappeared. It was obvious that she was hiding from Lin Ling. If Luli Empress was killed by Lin Ling, then she might be next. She didn't have much time left. What are you thinking about? We haven't seen each other in a while. Just as she was deep in thought, a faint voice suddenly rang out in front of her. She raised her head and saw that Lin Ling had already appeared at the table with a grin on his face. Bastard, he actually found out about me. Longyang's heart thumped and at the same time, she cursed under her breath. Look at how sneaky you are. You must be hiding from me. Moreover, you didn't participate in the Battle of the Gods in Lei Gong's Great Hall. Don't tell me you're afraid that I'll kill you. Lin Ling poured himself a glass of wine and continued to smile. In fact, he didn't hate Longyang. This was because he had gone out with Longyang to train. Longyang had the opportunity to kill him. Although Longyang had considered it for a long time, she didn't make a move in the end. This made Lin Ling very impressed. This was because Longyang was at least a person with principles. Bullshit, who's afraid of you? Since she had been discovered, Longyang no longer hid anything. Chapter 43-66. Lin Ling, don't cross the line. Longyang was so angry that her face turned red. Because Lin Ling's words didn't seem to be referring to her hands, but more like he was talking about her figure. This reminded her of the time when Lin Ling took her for the first time in Spirit Province. She could still remember the storm that night. It was a nightmare of her life. Of course, at the same time as the nightmare, there was also a strange feeling. It was a wonderful feeling. Lin Ling didn't seem to care about Longyang's reprimand, so he said calmly, Longyang, you should know that I'm now Lei Gong. Based on your current state, you have no chance of winning against me. Impossible. Longyang instantly guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. Lin Ling wanted to cancel the death match between the two of them. Was that night really that important? What's important is that you still haven't given up on revenge against me. Lin Ling was a little surprised by Longyang's stubbornness. Although he and Longyang had a grudge, they had also gone through trials and tribulations together. Therefore, Lin Ling was more than happy to cancel the death match. That kind of thing can't be made up for. Between us, it's either you die or I live. Longyang gritted her teeth and said word by word. It's not impossible to make up for it. You're considered a pretty good genius. If you don't mind, you can join our Lei Gong Hall. After you join, our Lei Gong Hall will give you a higher status than Eugene. If you really can't let go of that night, I have a suggestion. Lin Ling toyed with his wine glass, as if he was thinking about something. Longyang laughed coldly. You want to say, why don't you let me kill you, right? Nonsense, Lin Ling, you underestimate me. If I, Longyang, want to kill you, I'll win fair and square. I don't need your pity. You're thinking too much. I, Lin Ling, would never actively seek death. My suggestion is, why don't you be stronger and fight me back? Then, we'll be even. Lin Ling immediately said seriously. Dream on. Longyang was stunned, then she roared. What was the difference? She was the one who was at a disadvantage. When did this Lin Ling become so thick-skinned? Alright, I won't waste time with you. Anyway, I've already given you a chance. If you insist on seeking death in the future, I won't hold back. Also, you don't have to be so afraid of me because before you send out a challenge, I, Lin Ling, won't easily touch you. Seeing Longyang's furious look, Lin Ling smiled and walked back. Damn it! Lin Ling's repulsive look reminded Longyang of the madness that night in the Spirit Province. That man was incomparably violent and didn't know how to be gentle with women. No, I have to become stronger. I heard that Daoist Master Duobao knows of a secret realm in the God realm. If I can get the treasure there, I'll have a chance to kill Lin Ling. Longyang's small hand gripped the wine glass tightly, and the light of ambition bloomed in her eyes. This was the reason she came to find Daoist Master Duobao. Of course, the others were also here for the treasure in the God realm. Now that the 9 prefectures were sealed, there were countless experts. Just when they thought they had established themselves in the 9 prefectures, in reality, in less than a year, there would be experts appearing out of nowhere. Therefore, they all knew that they weren't the only ones who had obtained the opportunity. Therefore, they had to become stronger. In addition, now that the Spirit Nation was eyeing them covetously, whether it was for their family and friends, or for their own survival, they had to become stronger to survive the catastrophe. Looks like everyone is here. Then, it's time. Everyone, come up. At this time, a smiling voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. It was Daoist Master Duobao's voice. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and looked up at the 2nd floor. That damned old man, is he finally going to start? Lin Ling drank the wine in his hand and looked at treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. Then, he took the lead and stepped onto the 2nd floor. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. Previously, when Lin Ling didn't move, they didn't dare to move. After all, no one wanted to be above the new Lei Gong. Not to mention other things, just the experts in Lei Gong's hall were enough to kill them all. What a cunning guy. Lin Ling went up the stairs, but his sharp soul power also noticed that the 2nd floor was a little different. It looked like the 2nd floor, but in reality, it was more like a void. It was obvious that Daoist Master Duobao had left a trick up his sleeve. If there was an emergency, he could quickly leave. This was also the reason why so many people were concerned about him, but couldn't catch him. Daoist Master Duobao's previous life was the dragon subduing Arhat. The methods he knows are indeed extraordinary. Lin Ling thought to himself. He controlled the stairs of wisdom and quietly sealed the entire 2nd floor. He wanted to seal Daoist Master Duobao and try to capture him alive. Behind him, treasure god Nanwu Fengyu sensed Lin Ling's move and smiled. He was obviously very curious about Daoist Master Duobao. "Io, Lord Lei Gong, what's wrong with you? Please don't scare an old man like me. This old man can't be scared, and I might be scared to death. I don't care if I die, but I'm afraid I'll delay your important matters." However, just as Lin Ling and the others stepped onto the 2nd floor, a sobbing voice was heard. The Daoist of many treasures was still dressed in tattered clothes. He was sloppily sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. He held a wine cup in one hand and a roasted chicken in the other. He was eating it in big bites. If Lin Ling and the others didn't know about the Daoist of many treasures' background, they would have thought that he was an ordinary old beggar. Moreover, Daoist Master Duobao said that he was pitiful, but from his appearance, he didn't seem to care at all. He found out. Lin Ling's expression didn't change, but his heart trembled. As expected of Daoist Master Duobao, he was actually able to detect his steps of wisdom. This also meant that Daoist Master Duobao most likely also had a steps of God, and it wasn't weak. Daoist Master Duobao misunderstood. I was just on guard. After all, you know that there are many people who want me, Lin Ling, to die. There are spirit nations and gods, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Then, Lin Ling said with a fake smile as he quietly retracted the stare of wisdom. Who asked you to be Demon Lin? In the 9 provinces, there's probably no one who wouldn't be shocked by Lord Lei Gong's name. So when I see you, Demon Lin, this old man can't be careless. Daoist Master Duobao was still eating meat as if he didn't care about anything, but Lin Ling knew that the old man must have sensed that he withdrew the steps of wisdom. Moreover, Lin Ling suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the old man had prepared another escape route? Lin Ling couldn't help but look at treasure god Nanwufengyu. From his eyes, he could tell that treasure god Nanwufengyu didn't have the confidence to capture Daoist Master Duobao alive. Chapter 4367. Lin Ling only had two goals. First, to obtain more divine spring. Whether it was setting up a formation or cultivating, it was essential. Second, to know the way to enter the 9th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Although he was the new Lei Gong, Lin Ling knew that there were many people stronger than him in the 9 prefectures void. Especially in the spirit nation. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that he had to become stronger. Daoist Master Duobao, I heard that you know of a secret realm in the God realm. Is this true? Just as everyone sat down, someone immediately asked with a smile. You guys are quite well informed. Daoist Master Duobao drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. Then, he saw everyone's expectant expression and nodded. I do know of a secret realm. This secret realm was left behind by the gods back then. It's called the Holding Ear Ox Cave. However, it's also extraordinary because it's said to have a demonic god from back then. The fiend gods left behind by the gods are very terrifying. Of course, because they were left behind by the gods, there are countless treasures. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. In the 9 prefectures void, many people had obtained benefits from the god realm and became gods in one step. Therefore, if it was a secret realm left behind by the gods, there would be countless opportunities. There are still demonic gods there? Suddenly, a doubtful voice was heard. It was Lin Ling's voice. That's right. The Ear Ox Cave was left behind by the head of the 7 sages of the Age of the Gods, the Ox Demon. Back then, he used some sort of divine ability to take the Ear Ox Cave away, avoiding the dusk of the gods. Tens of millions of years later, the Ear Ox Cave floated back to the god realm. However, due to the divine ability, the demonic gods in the cave can't come out now. But it's about time for them to come out. Daoist Master Duobao said with a smile. Chi. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and finally calmed down. It turned out that there were still demonic gods in the Holding Ear Ox Cave. It seemed that those treasures weren't easy to obtain. Wealth comes from danger. You are all gods of the 9 prefectures. If you don't go, who will? In any case, this old man doesn't have the fortune to go to that place. If you go, I hope that you can bring back a metal box for this old man. In this way, I will tell you the location and won't take any reward. Daoist Master of Many Treasures said again, but his eyes were looking at Lin Ling. He seemed to be asking everyone to help him, but in reality, he was asking Lin Ling to help him. Is there a divine spring in this Ox Cave? Lin Ling sensed Daoist Master of Many Treasures' intentions and smiled faintly. Of course there are. Furthermore, there are quite a number of them. By the way, Grim Demon once fought the descendants of Ox Fiend and killed countless Ox Fiends. After he died, the Ox Fiend of the Ox Cave wanted to take revenge, so he took something of Grim Demon's and hid it in the Ox Cave. Daoist Master of Many Treasures continued. Slaughter Demon. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he looked at Daoist Duobao in disbelief. He knew that Daoist Duobao had said that on purpose. Daoist Master of Many Treasures clearly knew about his demon-slaying sword, which was why he had released such bait. In that case, he, Lin Ling, had no choice but to go. Then, I wonder what Grim Demon left behind? Lin Ling asked curiously. Now, Lin Ling had collected all the broken swords in the sword hilt. He could trigger the steps of slaughter, so Lin Ling was also curious about what Grim Demon had left behind in the divine world. Ahead. Daoist Duobao looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said meaningfully. This sentence finally cleared Lin Ling's doubts. A head. This was definitely Grim Demon's head. Back when Lin Ling obtained the sword hilt, a headless elder would often float out and ask Lin Ling for his head. Therefore, if Daoist Duobao's words were true, then the Ox cave definitely had Grim Demon's head. Once the head was found, it was unknown what changes would happen to the sword hilt. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that it was definitely very strong. Perhaps it could restore some of Grim Demon's glory from back then. May I know what the metal box that Senior wants looks like? After putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at Daoist Duobao and said. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Daoist Duobao immediately became excited. He used his realm essence to carve out an iron box. The iron box was rusty and was locked by a finger-sized iron lock. It looked very ordinary, but there were unknown flowers engraved on the iron box. It was hard to forget. Alright, I'll remember it. Alright. Lin Ling nodded and agreed to help Daoist Duobao find the iron box. However, he also asked, Daoist Duobao has always had many treasures, so his horizons are naturally different from ordinary people's. Therefore, an iron box that can interest Senior is probably extraordinary. Hee. The world will host from the primordial world to the age of gods is recorded in the iron box. I'm only interested in the world will host, so I want to take a look at that iron box. Alright. Daoist Duobao didn't hide it as he secretly sent a voice transmission to Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's heart to palpitate. Could it be another world will host? If that was the case, there would be many people who wanted to obtain this iron box. It seems that there are many experts going to the Ox cave this time. Yes. Lin Ling looked at Daoist Duobao with a smile that wasn't a smile. There are indeed many. Not long ago, Lord Ning of the Spirit Nation bought this information from me. Eugene, Titanic Crescent God, and the others also bought this information. Yes. Daoist Duobao didn't hide it as he nodded. That old fox. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling really wanted to beat Daoist Duobao up. If Daoist Duobao spread the news, the Ox cave would definitely be in chaos. That old fox clearly had some ulterior motives. Perhaps he also wanted the 9 prefectures void and the Spirit Nation to fight in an abyss of suffering so that he could take advantage of it. I didn't expect that Daoist Duobao would be so interested in the remaining world will host. Yes. Lin Ling sneered and sent a telepathic message to him. His words caused Daoist Duobao to be startled. He still had a smile on his face, but it had clearly changed. As expected of Lord Lei Gong. You even know this kind of information. Very well. Daoist Duobao's gaze suddenly landed on the stone tablet on Giant Ghost's shoulder. He smiled and said, "It should be this fellow called Giant Ghost who told you." Very well. You don't need to care about who told me. I can help you get the iron box, but I want to know what's inside. Also, you have to tell me the method to enter the 9th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling said. Deal. Very well. Daoist Duobao nodded. Chapter 4368. At this moment, Daoist Duobao waved his right hand and drew a map in the air. The starting point of the map was the southern heavenly gate. Everyone's strength was not weak, so they immediately remembered it in their hearts. Okay, I've said what I needed to say. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Goodbye. After drawing the map, Daoist Duobao left behind a sentence and immediately left the 2nd floor. You want to leave? Emperor God Zhang Gang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The chains tied to his body quietly swam out, wanting to capture Daoist Duobao. However, when Daoist Duobao walked out of the 2nd floor, he strangely disappeared, as if he had never appeared. That old fox, as expected, he had a trick up his sleeve. Yes. In fact, even Lin Ling secretly made a move, but in the end, he still failed. When Daoist Duobao stood up, he immediately used the stairs of wisdom to seal the entire second floor. However, when he was about to do something, Daoist Duobao disappeared from Lin Ling's stairs of wisdom. Such a divine ability was beyond Lin Ling's expectations. He dared to come, as expected, he had a trick up his sleeve. Yes. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu said indifferently. Clearly, he had also secretly made a move, but he had also failed. All of you, leave. Yes. Lin Ling chased away everyone on the second floor, then told everyone about Daoist Duobao's secret transmission. That iron box actually recorded the world will's host body? Yes. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu and the others' expressions changed. Now that the host body had appeared, the 9 prefectures void would be shaken. Moreover, everyone knew that there were already 6 hosts, so there were only 4 left. Although no one knew who the 4 hosts were, everyone knew that among all the hosts, there would definitely be one that could decide the fate of the entire 9 prefectures void and even the entire era of gods. No wonder the Spirit Nation and the 9 prefectures void wanted to know who the host body was. It seems that the trip to the Ear Ox Cave is more troublesome than expected. Yes. Emperor God Zhang Gang also said. Because it was related to the host body, there would definitely be many experts. Although it's a bit troublesome, we have to go to the Ear Ox Cave because there's a divine spring that can increase our strength. Yes. Lin Ling rubbed his forehead, suppressed the troublesome matter, and said. That's right. After we became gods, our cultivation speed became very, very slow. In the end, other than our lack of comprehension of the Great Tao, there is another reason, which is that we don't have enough cultivation resources. The effect of cultivating with imperial crystals is very weak. Only the divine spring is useful, but even so, it's the divine spring. In order to cultivate, the amount required was also huge. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu nodded. He and God Emperor Zhang Gang had long become gods, but they were unable to break through. It was because they did not have enough cultivation resources. It was obviously very difficult to gather enough cultivation resources in the Jiuzhou Void. It was only possible in the realm of the gods. In that case, let us prepare for our journey. Lin Ling stood up and led the group out of the restaurant. However, when they arrived at the first floor, Longnyang was already waiting there. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Longnyang looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression, then gritted her teeth and said. She already knew that this trip to the realm of the gods would not be simple. It would be very dangerous to go alone. Therefore, if she could follow Lin Ling and the others, it would be much easier. Okay. Lin Ling smiled at her and nodded. So straightforward? Seeing this, Longnyang could not help but be surprised. She thought that Lin Ling would take the opportunity to make some requests. Who knew that Lin Ling would agree without hesitation? What's there to be fussy about? Even if you go to the realm of the gods and get some opportunities, you might not be able to defeat me. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently and strode past Longnyang. Of course, there's another reason, which is that this trip is very dangerous. Even I can't guarantee anything, so it's better to have one more helper than one more enemy. Hearing this, Longnyang looked at Lin Ling's back as he left, and her expression became even more complicated. After leaving, Lin Ling first went to visit the third princess and Grandma Wen Dao. Of course, he also went to the martial god barracks to give everyone pointers on their cultivation. After that, he immediately left without stopping. After a long time, everyone appeared in the void of Lei Gong's main hall. They were all looking and listening to Lin Ling's information. Ear Ox Cave? The young Qilin frowned and suddenly recalled, that's the territory of the demon god Ox Demon. Then, he saw that Lin Ling was puzzled, so he explained, back then, the realm of the gods was full of demons. There were many ancient demons that even the gods and Buddhas did not dare to provoke. One of them was the head of the 7 saints, the Ox Demon. Although no one knows where the ox demon went, his descendants were not simple. They were all as powerful as the gods, and they were called the Ox Demon Clan. The head of the 7 saints. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Could it be the Ox Demon King, the demon god of the primordial era? Young Qilin, you were left behind from the era of the gods, so you must go. Then, Lin Ling looked at the young Qilin and said. Okay. The young Qilin nodded. Lin Ling, I'll go too. Shengyi said immediately. How about this, half of us will stay here, and the rest will follow us. After all, the Ji-Er Ox Cave is also a land of treasures. You might be able to find your own fortuitous encounters there. Of course, those who stay at home don't have to worry. When we return, we will leave a portion of the treasures to you. Okay. Lin Ling pondered and then made arrangements. We'll follow Lord Lei Gong's orders. Great leader, we'll do as you say. The people in Lei Gong's main hall and the God Slayer Alliance replied in unison. You, the 2 of you will go as well. Gu will stay in the void. What do you think? Then, Lin Ling looked at his wives and said. As Yu and Inuer were stronger, it was suitable for them to explore the Ji-Er Ox Cave. After all, the 2 of them were only a little bit away from becoming gods. Although Xianyuan Gu was also very strong, her strength came from the many treasures she had. Her talent was not outstanding. Okay. Xianyuan Gu nodded obediently. She did not want to be Lin Ling's burden when she went to the divine world. Don't worry. When you reach the peak of the martial god realm, I will bring you to the divine world. Yu and the rest have also reached the peak of the martial god realm. They can also try to become gods in the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling walked towards Xianyuan Gu and held Xianyuan Gu's hand. The latter nodded with a smile. Chapter 43-69. Alright, let's go. Lin Ling did not beat around the bush and gave the order to the group. After all, the experts from the Spirit Nation and Eugene had probably gone to the Ear Ox Cave. Hence, Lin Ling did not want to lag behind them. Of course, it was better for them to go first. After all, the Ear Ox Cave had the powerful demon bull. With them leading the way, Lin Ling and the rest would benefit from it. Soon, the group left the void. With the old man leading the way, Lin Ling and the rest flew towards the broken realm of the gods. The realm of the gods. Yu and the rest had never been to the realm of the gods. Hence, they were very curious about this legendary place. After a long time, fragments of land began to appear in front of them. They were scattered all over the void. Among them, a huge gate of God sat there. It was majestic and majestic. The huge pillar of the gate was as huge as a mountain. Even from afar, they could see the swirling vortex in the gate. However, the vortex was still and not moving. It was very magical. Is that the gate of the gods? Yu and Inu couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw this. That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Although it was not his first time here, he was still shocked when he saw the majestic gate. He could imagine that in the past, there were countless divine soldiers and divine generals guarding this gate. The gods of the gods were like locusts, entering and leaving through this gate. It represented the glory of the realm of the gods in the past. Lord Lei Gong, there are people in front. At this time, a trial taker's voice came from behind. Lin Ling looked over and saw that there were many people gathered outside the gate of the gods. Because there is a time limit to entering the realm of the gods. Otherwise, the huge vortex in the gate will not transport you to the realm of the gods. You may be lost in the realm of the gods forever. Hence, those who want to enter have to wait. An old man explained to Lin Ling patiently. Lin Ling nodded and sped up. After a while, Lin Ling saw that the people waiting at the gate of the god world were from Eugene and the Titanic Crescent god. Among them, there were 2 familiar faces, Three Spirits and Mo Lin Ling continued to search for them, but he couldn't find them. It was Luli Empress' turn. If Luli Empress was here, Lin Ling might have attacked her on the spot. Other than the Three Spirits and Mo, there was another person that he was familiar with. He seemed to be a participant called He Qi. Back then in the Kaiyuan River, this person had also offended Lin Ling. And they were gathered outside the gates of the God realm, obviously waiting for the gates to open. Get out of my way. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from Lin Ling's side. Saint Guy took a large step forward and looked coldly at the group of people. Get out of my way. In front of the giant gates, a person frowned and sneered. They had been waiting here for 3 months and were about to enter the gate of the God realm. But now, someone was telling them to get out of the way. I'll give you a chance. Take back what you said and kneel down to apologize. If you do, I won't kill you. The person slowly turned around, but when he saw the group of experts coming from afar, his expression changed instantly. Lei Gong's Great Hall. He obviously didn't expect Lei Gong's Great Hall to tell him to get out of the way. Lin Ling. Everyone else's expression changed when they saw the experts coming from afar. Three Spirits and Mo, in particular, had a look of panic in their eyes. Get out of my way. With Shengyi leading the way, his cold and indifferent voice drifted out once more, appearing incomparably domineering. Saint Guy, how arrogant. Among the crowd, a woman snorted. She was one of the 8 new gods, Luotian. She was almost killed by Qilin during the battle in the void. Why would Lei Gong's Great Hall suddenly want to go to the realm of gods? Didn't they disappear without a trace? Damn it, Lei Gong's Great Hall received the news so quickly. I'm afraid he's also going to the ox-holding cave. Behind the woman, the crowd was also discussing, but they didn't dare to move at all. Didn't you hear what I said? Get out of my way. Saint Guy shouted angrily again. Three Spirits and the others were standing in front of the realm of gods, ready to enter. There were many of them, and if they all went in one by one, there was no telling when it would be Lei Gong's turn. Therefore, Saint Guy wanted them to get out of the way and let Lei Gong's Great Hall enter first. Isn't Lei Gong's Great Hall too overbearing? We've been waiting for almost 3 months. Although they were afraid of Lei Gong's Great Hall, an old man gritted his teeth and said, "Slap him." However, just as he complained, a majestic voice sounded from behind. It was Lin Ling's voice. Roger. Saint Guy was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. Because Eugene and the Titanic Crescent God's people had forced Lei Gong to his death, Lei Gong's Great Hall had been holding a grudge against them. Now that Lin Ling had spoken, they naturally didn't have to hold back. Saint Guy rushed in front of the old man and slashed out with his blade. The old man was so frightened that he didn't dare to resist. Then, Saint Guy grabbed him and slapped him in the face. Slap. Slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed through the void. Luotian and the other experts gritted their teeth. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. Lin Ling, that's enough. Aren't you afraid that Eugene and the others will be angry with you for being so arrogant? Luotian was the strongest among them, and she was also one of the 8 new gods, so she spoke on behalf of everyone. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to speak to Lord Lei Gong? However, Lin Ling, who wasn't far from Lin Ling, took a step forward and released a terrifying aura. If Lei Gong hadn't ordered the Great Hall of Lei Gong not to avenge him, Lin Ling would have already killed Luotian. Go back and tell Eugene that I, Lin Ling, am arrogant. If she doesn't like it, tell her to come find me personally. At this time, Lin Ling said indifferently. With that, he led everyone towards the Divine World's Great Hall. Scram! Along the way, the experts who were blocking the Divine World's Great Hall were all sent flying. Some of them were beaten black and blue, but they didn't dare to resist. They could only glare at Lin Ling and the others with anger. They felt that they had been humiliated, and it was a heavy humiliation. Lin Ling, we've waited for 3 months. Everything has a first-come first-served basis. Why don't you let us go in first? Luotian also felt humiliated, but she endured it and said through gritted teeth. Nonsense. Lin Ling looked at her with disdain and replied coldly. I have 3 divine springs here. If you let us go in first, these treasures will belong to you. How about it? Luotian gritted her teeth again, but she still didn't dare to go against Lin Ling, so she said in a low voice. With that, she waved her right hand and the 3 divine springs appeared in front of her. She pushed them towards Lin Ling. The divine springs were what Lin Ling valued the most. Chapter 4370. Sanwang Divine Spring, you're really generous. Lin Ling looked at Luo Shandao indifferently. He wasn't familiar with Luo Shandao, but he could sense that Luo Shandao was very powerful. As long as Hall Lei Gong is willing to accept it and the misunderstanding can be resolved, all of this will be worth it. After all, Lord Lei Gong knows that we were forced to do so. Luo Shandao immediately smiled when she saw that Lin Ling had relented. Lin Ling, I will also offer 2 holy springs. I hope that we can forget about our past grievances. Luo Shandao and Qing Mo quickly stepped out of the holy springs and said with smiles. A total of 7 holy springs floated towards Lin Ling. This was enough to show Luo Shandao's sincerity. After all, everyone knew how precious the holy springs were. Moreover, Luo Shandao and the rest were the 8 new deities. Even though they were humiliated by Lin Ling, they didn't dare to be angry. Instead, they offered treasures to build a friendship. This showed how humble they were. Forget about our past grievances? Lin Ling suddenly smiled and looked at Luo Shandao and the rest indifferently. Yes. Luo Shandao and the rest nodded. They thought that Lin Ling was tempted. However, at that moment, Lin Ling said calmly, everyone here, hand over 10 holy springs and we will forget about our past grievances. 10 holy springs per person? How could that be possible? After all, even someone as powerful as Luo Shandao only had 3 holy springs. Moreover, it was the result of many years of accumulation. It was difficult for her to take out 10 holy springs, let alone 10 holy springs per person. If that was the case, they would have to hand over thousands of holy springs. Lin Ling, you are making a fool out of us. The faces of the 3 spirits instantly turned ugly, and so did the others, especially Luotian. Her face was the coldest because she had already humbled herself. However, Lin Ling had ruthlessly trampled on her apology in front of so many people. So what if I am making a fool out of you? Lin Ling shrugged and gave young Qilin a look. Young Qilin understood and pounced on Luo Shandao. Then, screams were heard. Young Qilin had grabbed Luo Shandao by the neck and they were kowtowing to Lin Ling in the void. As Luo Shandao was the one who had been grumbling, he had started with him. How overbearing. Seeing this, everyone gasped. However, they pursed their lips tightly and didn't dare to say a word. Even Luotian was the same. Because she had a feeling that if she dared to speak nonsense, Lin Ling would also dare to attack her. Why aren't you speaking? When the young Qilin grabbed the 3 spirits to kowtow, it also gave them a few fierce slaps, causing them to feel dizzy and disoriented. The 3 spirits could not resist at all, and did not even dare to resist. Although he was also one of the 8 new gods, his strength was clearly no match for the young Qilin. Let's go. Lin Ling glanced at Luo Shandao and Luo Shandao. Then, he led the group to the gate of the god realm. Everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to block his path. After Lin Ling and the rest had passed, they looked at the people in Lei Gong's hall with complicated gazes. The new generation of thunder gods was even more domineering than the old generation of thunder gods. That was the only thought in their minds. Thunder had always been domineering and unruly. However, the Thunder God had experienced too much back then and had long cultivated his character. Therefore, although he gave people the impression that he was majestic, he was not domineering. However, Lin Ling was different. He appeared to be unparalleled and domineering. Lin Ling, wait for us. Just as Lin Ling and the rest arrived at the gate of the God realm, a large number of people flew over from afar. Leading them was Cuihua. This group of people were the elites from the Curishan. Cuihua, Little South? Lin Ling's eyes wandered and could not help but smile. It really is Brother Lin Ling. Little South also smiled excitedly. Then, she led the Curishan people to Lin Ling's side. Where are the Curishan? Lin Ling looked at them from head to toe and asked. Grandpa Curishan has already gone in. Hearing this, Cuihua immediately said. Lin Ling nodded. It seemed that the treasure in the ear-holding ox cave must be extraordinary. Otherwise, that old man who only knew how to smoke would never make a move. Oh right, Grandpa Curishan asked us to apologize on your behalf. Cuihua suddenly thought of something and quickly bowed to Lin Ling and the rest. She was talking about Lei Gong's death. At that time, the Curishan did not come to help. It's okay. If Lord Lei Gong was here, he would know your painstaking efforts. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He had a feeling that even if Lei Gong was still alive, he would not want the Curishan to help. Because at that time, Lei Gong could not face the Curishan. After all, Lei Gong and the Curishan had the same mission and goal, which was to attack the will of the world. And this was no longer a matter of personal friendship. It was a matter of their standpoints. During the few days when Lord Lei Gong died, Grandpa Curishan was in a bad mood. I saw him cry. Seeing that Lin Ling did not care, Cuihua and the rest said in low spirits. This also let Lin Ling know that the Curishan and Lord Lei Gong had a deep friendship. Perhaps the Curishan's grief was no less than theirs after Lei Gong's death. Rumble. At this moment, the gate of the realm of God in front of them rumbled. Then, the originally still whirlpool finally began to rotate slowly. Lord Lei Gong, the whirlpool has risen. After entering the whirlpool, we will reach the realm of God. An old man behind him immediately reminded. Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward. He took the lead and shot into the gate of the realm of God. Seeing the people in Lei Gong's hall rushing into the gate of the realm of God, Luoshan and the rest in the distance were envious. They wanted to get closer to the gate of the realm of God, but when they thought of Lin Ling's tyranny, they held back in the end. After all, Lei Gong had Lei Gong's prestige. How could he enter the gate of the realm of God at the same time as others? Therefore, if they dared to barge in, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. When Lin Ling and the rest disappeared one after another, the whirlpool of the gate of the realm of God suddenly stopped. Obviously, entering the gate of the realm of God this time might not be entering the realm of God. This also meant that they had missed this opportunity again. Bastard! Seeing this, everyone could not help but curse angrily. They had waited for a full 3 months. It was not easy to wait, but it was snatched away by Lin Ling. Now, they obviously had to wait for another 3 months. This Lin Ling. Thinking of this, everyone felt so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was no way to vent it. Rumble. Looking at Lin Ling and the rest, they passed through the whirlpool of the realm of God in the ancient forest. In Lin Ling's mind, the mysterious scene that he saw when he first walked through the gate of the realm of God appeared again in a hazy state. However, it disappeared quickly this time. When Lin Ling appeared, an ancient divine wind spread out. However, when it reached Lin Ling's surroundings, it was immediately blocked by divine origin. Compared to the last time, Lin Ling did not feel any pressure this time. It seemed that only with divine origin could one not bear the pressure in the realm of God. Looking at Yu and the rest, because they had not stepped into the realm of God, they immediately felt a strong pressure coming at them. Chapter 43-71 Go and find the sealed God circle first. Yes. Lin Ling turned to Yu and the rest, and let the people from Lei Gong's palace follow them. Lin Ling planned to bring Nanwu Fengyu and the rest to scout the way first. The Ear Ox Cave is no small matter. We will go and find that secret realm first. After you all become gods, follow the map to find us. Yes. Lin Ling also showed the map of the Ear Ox Cave to everyone. After everyone nodded, they immediately brought Yu and the rest to the distance. With the southern heavenly gate as the starting point, fly towards the south. Yes. Lin Ling and Nanwu Fengyu were paying attention to the map. Fortunately, although the divine world was broken, the southern heavenly gate still existed and could be used as a reference. Otherwise, looking for the Ear Ox Cave in this vast divine world would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Behind Lin Ling, other than Nanwu Fengyu and the rest, there was only Longnyang left. As for Little South and the rest, they volunteered to help Yu and the rest. It seemed that Lei Gong's death made them feel very guilty, so they also wanted to help Lei Gong's palace to make up for it. Everyone followed the map and passed through the divine world, passing through the broken divine mountains and ancient ruins. GG. A strong sense of danger quietly enveloped everyone, causing their faces to change and their speed to increase by a bit. This divine world is really full of danger. Yes. Everyone was secretly cautious. The danger from before was too terrifying, and they didn't know how to face it. Yes. A painful moaning sound came from afar. It seemed that someone had appeared in a desolate sand dune, but the sound quickly disappeared. It should be an expert from the 9 prefectures. Yes. Lin Ling calmly said. His soul force was strong, so he naturally sensed that something strange had happened there. A completely black thing seemed to have swallowed a lower god. What a strange thing, like a shadow, and its attack is very terrifying. It can actually rush into a martial artist's dantian and swallow the dantian without fear of divine origin. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu was powerful, and he also sensed it. It looks like a dark spirit. Zhanggang God Lord frowned and said. He seemed to have seen such a strange thing before. Dark spirit? Lin Ling's expression greatly changed after hearing this. Nanwu Fengyu saw that Lin Ling seemed to know about black essence and couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. Black essence is a product of heaven and earth. It is an excellent material for forging treasures and setting up barriers. It can be divided into 100,000-year-old black essence, 300,000-year-old black essence, 500,000-year-old black essence, and 1,000,000-year-old black essence. However, a 1,000,000-year-old black essence is incomparably precious. Lin Ling had obtained the barrier inheritance from the inheritance treasure of God, so he was very familiar with black goblins. Moreover, not only could this type of dark essence be used to forge treasures, it could also be used for cultivation. Its effect was not much worse than the divine spring. If the dark essence was more than 500,000 years old, its effect would be even better than the divine spring. However, dark essence had a spirit and was very difficult to refine. The man before was killed by the dark goblin, right? Behind him, Cui Hua also said with a face full of fear. That's right, let's leave immediately. Don't let the dark goblins target us. Lin Ling immediately led everyone forward. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that the dark goblin before was not targeting them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lin Ling, is the dark goblin so scary? Seeing Lin Ling anxiously leaving, the giant ghost asked curiously. In fact, the dark goblin is not scary. What is scary is that it likes to hide in the dark. Once it has its eyes on you, unless something strange happens, it will never give up on you. It will attack you at any time. If it enters your dantian, unless you can attack it before it swallows your dantian, kill it, or wait for your death. So scary? This dark goblin should be very strong. It's not that strong, but it never confronts you directly. If you retreat, it will escape. If you leave, it will follow. It is like a fly, chasing after you relentlessly. Hearing Lin Ling's explanation, everyone secretly broke out in cold sweat. The things in the realm of gods were really scary. Think about it, hiding in the dark and having an assassin following you at any time, taking advantage of your carelessness to launch a sneak attack, that was definitely a nightmare. As Lin Ling led everyone forward, he also transmitted a message to Yu Yu and the others, telling them to be careful when they come over and not to walk near the continent. Almost there. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at the map, and his eyes lit up. An ancient continent began to quietly appear in front of them. This continent was very mysterious. Most of it was hidden in pitch-black clouds, making it impossible for people to see everything under the clouds. Because of this, no one could clearly see how big this continent was. They could only vaguely see the peak of an ancient mountain looming. What a dense devil chi! Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu immediately said. Faintly, in the vast continent, he could hear the sound of cows. Daoist Master Duobao said that this continent was taken away by the head of the 7 saints with a supreme divine ability. It returned to the realm of gods after millions of years. Now, the seal of the Ear Cow Cave is still there, but it will be unsealed soon. Lin Ling stared ahead and discovered that there were 2 huge divine mountains in front of him. There was a small path in between the divine mountains that seemed to lead to the inside of the Ji Air Ox Cave. However, the path was shrouded in fog and looked very mysterious. It seemed to still be in a sealed state. In front of the path, there was a stone board with a radius of 100 meters hanging on the cliff. Looking carefully, it seemed to be a chessboard. However, there were many people gathered in front of the chessboard. They were all staring at the chessboard, as if thinking about something. It seems that many people have entered the Ear Cow Cave, and those people should also want to enter. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu also stared at the group of people, but discovered that many of them were extremely unfamiliar. However, there were many people in the group who were incomparably powerful, having the strength of a mid-stage lower god. Who are these people? They look unfamiliar. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised because other than the people who had met the 4 great gods, there were many people he was unfamiliar with. However, the man and woman he had met in Qingzhou were also there at the moment. They were both looking at the chessboard on the cliff. Go down. After that, Lin Ling did not linger. He led the group down and slowly walked towards the cliff. More people are coming. Seeing Lin Ling and the rest arrive, many people turned to look with surprise in their eyes. They are people from the Great Hall of Lei Gong. The person in the lead is Lei Gong. Someone said solemnly. Obviously, he was one of the 4 great gods. Great Hall of Lei Gong. Some unfamiliar people also looked at Lin Ling. Obviously, they had heard of the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Didn't Lei Gong fall? That is the new Lei Gong. A young man wearing a scholar's robe with his hands behind his back said indifferently. Chapter 43-72. It was obvious that these people were from the Dragon Clan. Let's hope that the Great Hall of Lei Gong has countless experts as well. If that's the case, we'll be able to enter the cave. Suddenly, the young man who was dressed like a scholar yet seemed very divine smiled as he spoke. Every single move he made carried the tune of the Grand Tao, and it was extremely composed. Sacred Progenitor, Eugene, Kurishin, and Titanic Crescent God have all entered the cave. If we can't break the Great Tao cloud pattern disk, we'll have to stay outside the cave forever. Yes. Next to him, an old man respectfully spoke to the youth. It's fine. With so many experts here, if we work together, we'll have a chance to enter. I'm just afraid that some of these famous experts have undeserved reputation. Yes. The youth called Sacred Progenitor laughed and looked at the experts present. Of course, there weren't many who could catch his attention. There was one in the Great Hall of Lei Gong, one in the Dragon Clan, and one in the golden-green python robe. There were 3 people in total. These 3 people clearly represented the 3 great factions, the 3 great emperor-level powerhouses. Great Hall of Lei Gong, you must have just arrived. Yes. After pondering for a moment, the young man called Sacred Generation Primogenitor smiled and looked at Lin Ling. That's right. Yes. Although Lin Ling was unfamiliar with this person, he could sense that this person had an extraordinary aura, so he nodded. Since you've just arrived, you must not know about the Great Dao Cloud Pattern Disc. If you can't open the Great Dao Cloud Pattern Disc, it'll be very difficult to enter the cave. Unfortunately, we're not lucky enough to follow Eugene and the others in, so we can only open the Great Dao Cloud Pattern Disc ourselves. After all, Eugene and the others are lower god realm experts. Only with the help of late-stage lower god experts could open the Great Dao Cloud Pattern Disc. Yes. The Sacred Progenitor smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. From the Sacred Progenitor's tone, it seemed like he didn't care about Eugene and the others. What was his background? Could it be an expert from the Spirit Nation? Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. After the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures, all kinds of dragon ghosts and serpent gods appeared. Presumably, that young man also rose up after the investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures. Or perhaps, he came from an even more ancient divine sect. After that, Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed, you mean, we should cooperate? Not bad. The primogenitor nodded. If you want to open the Great Dao Cloud Pattern Disc, not only do you need great strength, but you also need to have a deep understanding of the Great Dao. There aren't many people here with such strength. Your Lei Gong Hall barely qualifies. Although he spoke politely, there was a hint of contempt in his words. It was as if he was saying that if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, the Lei Gong Palace wouldn't have had the chance to cooperate with him. Sure, but I hope that you won't be a burden to His Highness Lei Gong. Lin Ling nodded and agreed, but there was a hint of contempt in his words. Interesting. Let's wait and see. The primogenitor smiled and looked at the other 2 emperors with a questioning look in his eyes. Sure. The dragon tribe youth nodded. I agree too. The man in the golden-green robe also nodded. Count us in. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. It was the man and woman that Lin Ling had fought in the 8 Gods Sky Palace. However, their aura was mysterious, and no one could tell how strong they were. Therefore, not many people paid attention to them at first. After all, those who could appear here were all strong people. Unless you were very famous, others wouldn't recognize you at all. Do you have the qualifications? Seeing this, the dragon tribe youth squinted his eyes and looked over. I think they have the qualifications. However, before the man and woman spoke, Lin Ling spoke up for them. Because only Lin Ling and the others knew how strong the man and woman were. Alright, since Lei Gong has spoken up for them, I think they have the qualifications. The dragon tribe youth nodded and did not stop them. The man and woman looked at Lin Ling with a strange smile. Their appearances had changed, and they were completely different from when they were in the 8 Gods Sky Palace. However, Lin Ling could still recognize them through their aura. If he remembered correctly, the man was called the Underworld Soul Sealer. As for the woman, she seemed to be from the Underworld South Tomb. Alright, those who decided to contribute, you can bring your people in. As for those who didn't contribute, I'm very sorry. If the Great Way Cloud Pattern Plate is opened later, because you didn't contribute, you can't go in. At this time, the primogenitor said calmly. What gives you the right? Hearing this, someone immediately said unwillingly. This person was from the Titanic Crescent God side. Because of this. The primogenitor smiled and waved his right hand. In the void, 9 stars aligned and turned into a sacred brush that fell into the primogenitor's hand. He gently drew it. Endless divine power spread out and enveloped that person's body, causing his body to become illusory. What's going on? The person looked at his illusory body and his expression changed drastically. Most importantly, after being illusory, he could not use any techniques. In the end, he became completely transparent, and only a vague outline could be seen before he disappeared without a trace. He's dead. Looking at the expert who was gradually disappearing, everyone's hearts thumped wildly. Because, for better or for worse, that was a lesser god, but he was killed so easily. They could not help but look at the primogenitor. Although they already knew that he was extraordinary, after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized the gap between them. What powerful divine energy, a total of 8,000. Lin Ling was shocked. He had a feeling that this person was not using his full strength. Divine fetus in the 9th grade. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu said calmly, "This strength is almost on par with mine." Lin Ling nodded. As expected, experts were as common as clouds. Now, let's begin. Who wants to go first? At this time, the progenitor also stared at the huge chessboard on the cliff and said, "This Grand Dao cloud pattern board has the positions of the 5 chi stars. Only when one of the 5 stars is not dim can the other stars be opened at the same time. Then, the path to the Ear Ox cave will be opened. As for us, there are 5 emperor-level experts. Each of us will open 1 star. How about it? Moreover, I'll be at a disadvantage because I'll be the last to open the star position. After all, the further we go, the more star positions will be opened, and the more difficult it will be." Hearing this, everyone nodded. The first person to open their chi was undoubtedly the easiest. Chapter 43-73. Rumble. However, a huge golden python suddenly slithered out from among the primordial divine beasts. It swept across all the primordial divine beasts, and even the dragons were forcefully killed by the python. As expected of Emperor God Golden Python. The sacred generation primogenitor seemed to be aware of the man's background, which was why he exclaimed in admiration. "Roar!" The man's face was cold. He suddenly slammed his right hand on the chessboard and landed on the eastern star position. Instantly, a wave of energy spread out and enveloped the great Dao cloud pattern chessboard like water vapor. Gradually, a ray of starlight appeared in the eastern direction. At first, the starlight was very dim, as if it would be extinguished at any time. However, the man roared. His head was a mix of human and snake. He spat out a powerful force in the direction of the starlight. That was 9,000 units of divine energy. The divine energy was like dry wood burning in a raging fire, causing the starlight to become even brighter. "Your Majesty, I'll help you." When the few people behind him saw that the man seemed to be struggling, they immediately urged all their divine energy to surge into the starlight. These people were all early-stage low gods, but because they had been cultivating for a very long time, they were all very powerful. With their help, the starlight in the eastern direction not only became brighter, but also a little dazzling. Done. After an unknown period of time, the man took a step back. Looking closely, his forehead was covered in sweat. Clearly, the process of opening the star position was not easy. This star position is really difficult. This is nothing because this is only the first ray of starlight. The next ones will be even harder. I wonder if the rest of the factions will succeed. That golden python man is very strong, and the people he brought are not weak either. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They all wanted to see who would be the second. "You guys go first." The sacred generation primogenitor also smiled confidently, which made many people admire him. "Let me." At this time, the young man from the dragon race walked out. Then, his body trembled, and he transformed into a giant golden dragon. Endless light scattered from the dragon's body, making the originally dark void look like a meteor shower. Radiant golden dragon, the supreme bloodline of the dragon race. Seeing this, the primogenitor could not help but exclaim. Radiant Golden Dragon? Everyone was shocked. As expected, there were many experts here. Mid-stage lower god strength. A powerhouse from Yushan mumbled to himself. Roar. The giant radiant golden dragon was hovering in front of the cliff, as if it was looking for something. Looking at the cliff, it was hazy and blocked everything. Only a faint ray of starlight could be seen. Of course, as time passed, the starlight seemed to be dimming. If you want to find the second star position, you need to understand the Tao. The Sacred Generation Primogenitor said, I said that the difficulty of opening the second star is doubled. It's fine if you fail. At worst, we can wait for more powerful experts to come. However, the dragon race will lose face because of you. Even though he was reminding him, his words carried a sense of superiority. Roar. Up in the sky, the bright golden dragon roared furiously. It seemed that it did not want to lose face and burst forth with full power. Boundless light appeared, illuminating a corner of the world. Above the void, a solar storm arrived. The scorching heat and golden light shrouded the sky above the Ear Ox Cave. It illuminated the rolling demonic clouds. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, countless roars sounded under the demonic clouds. Clearly, the demonic gods in the Ox Cave had noticed the solar storm. Even the experts in the Ox Cave looked up at the sky, knowing that another expert wanted to enter the Ox Cave. Dragon's roar. At this moment, the radiant golden dragon in front of the cliff spat out a ray of light, blowing away the chi in front of the cliff. Then, a dazzling ray of light landed on the great Tao cloud pattern disk. Clearly, he had found the second star position. However, as he had spent too much energy searching for the starlight, he did not have enough energy to light it up. Let me help you. At this moment, several dragons soared into the sky. They all had the purest dragon god bloodline. They opened their mouths and spat out dragon pearls, which fused into the dazzling golden light. Then, the dim starlight became brighter and brighter. The second star position is indeed difficult to find. Fortunately, there are many experts in the dragon tribe. Otherwise, they would have failed. If they failed, not being able to enter is a small matter, but embarrassing the dragon tribe is a big deal. The second star position is already so difficult. It's hard to imagine how difficult the next one will be. The crowd was in an uproar, admiring the strength of such an expert. After a long while, the dragons landed. They wiped off their sweat with proud looks on their faces, especially the young man who was transformed from the light golden dragon. He even swept his proud gaze over everyone. Dragon tribe, I've succeeded. He said calmly, I hope you won't disappoint me too much in the next 3 star positions. Now that he had succeeded, he had the right to say that. Moreover, if someone failed, he would definitely kick them while they were down and mock them. The more stars there are, the greater the pressure will be. Not to mention finding those star positions, even lighting up those star positions will be twice as difficult. Let me do the 3rd star position. At this moment, the Nether Realm Demon Sealer walked out and chanted a complicated incantation. Under his incantation, the sky rumbled incessantly. Next, a huge bronze door slowly opened. When the bronze door was wide enough for one person to enter, an ancient scroll floated out. It grew bigger and bigger, sealing the entire great Tao cloud pattern disk. It's a seal left behind by a medium god. The Nether Realm Demon Sealer muttered to himself. From his expression, it seemed that it was very difficult for him to open the bronze door. Found it. Suddenly, he shouted. Then, he pointed with his finger and shouted, Open the Nether Gate, life and death. The finger seemed ordinary, but it had the power to point at life and death and reverse time. With the help of the ancient scroll, he easily found the star position. Therefore, after he pointed, the 3rd star light lit up, shocking everyone. That was because the speed at which he found the star position was too fast. The aura of the Nether Realm. The eyes of the saint progenitor and the radiant golden dragon flashed. They finally knew the origin of this person, and he was much stronger than they had imagined. I'll help you. To light up the third star, the power required was obviously several times greater. Therefore, the black-robed woman also stepped forward to help. Chapter 43-74. With the woman's help, the third ray of starlight became brighter and brighter. In the end, it completely lit up the great Tao cloud pattern plate. Looking closely, there were 3 rays of starlight on the chessboard, as though they represented the 3 godly emperors. Lei Gong Hall, it's your turn. Ha! The saint progenitor smiled and looked at Lin Ling. The Lei Gong Hall he was talking about was not only Lin Ling, but also the entire Lei Gong Hall. After all, it was impossible for one person to light up the later rays of starlight. Even Emperor God Golden Python needed the help of others to light up the first ray of starlight. This saint progenitor is so confident. He's letting others light up the starlight first. Ha! Everyone was shocked by the saint progenitor's boldness. However, when they thought of his strength and mysterious background, they felt that it was normal. No need. You go first. Ha! However, at this moment, Lin Lin also spoke on behalf of the Thunder God Palace. What? Ha! Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's words, including the Light Golden Dragon and Emperor God Golden Python. They all knew that the saint progenitor was stronger than all of them. Therefore, it was normal for him to let others go first. However, the Lei Gong Hall did not want others to let others go first. Are you kidding? Ha! The saint progenitor was also shocked. If it was the previous Lei Gong, he naturally would not let others go first. However, this was the new Lei Gong. He did not seem to have the qualifications to do so. Such a small great Tao cloud pattern plate is not difficult for our Lei Gong Hall. Therefore, leave the most difficult one to our Lei Gong Hall. Of course, if you insist on leaving it to the end, we don't mind. After all, it's just for fun. Lin Ling nodded and said calmly. Just for fun? Many people stuck out their tongues when they heard Lin Ling's arrogant words. They had seen how hard the various experts worked in order to light up the starlight. It could be said that they used all their strength. Where did this guy come from? He doesn't even have a draft for bragging. The man called God Emperor Jin Mang sneered in disdain. He didn't know Lin Ling, so he naturally felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant to recognize himself. Interesting. Good, then I'll accept your offer. The Saint Generation Primogenitor laughed loudly and decided to attack. Because Lei Gong was so arrogant, it would be fun if he failed. He drifted away, his long robes fluttering, and his entire being began to fade away. In an instant, countless starlight appeared in his body and floated above the void. The void was also filled with specks of starlight. It was like the Milky Way and an astrolabe. The primogenitor is comprehending the great Tao. Someone said solemnly. What a powerful technique, he actually transformed into the void. Crash. At this moment, the starlight in the sky turned and swam like fish, forming constellations. It was as if the Milky Way was pouring down and shining on the ground. This made people raise their heads and look at the sky in disbelief. The constellations that were constantly moving seemed to have a spirit. Every star seemed to represent a void and endless life. Among those stars, people could feel the might of the great Tao. Buzz. At this moment, an ancient buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. Then, everyone saw that the endless stars in the sky began to circle around each other. At first, it was very slow, but it gradually sped up. In the end, it turned into a huge starry whirlpool, and all the stars were sucked into it. Into the whirlpool, they swam to the end and appeared at the starting point again. It was a cycle. Buzz. 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 As the whirlpool sped up, the buzzing sound came out continuously. It was as if the first life of the void was being born. It was as if the whirlpool was sucking all life into it. People raised their heads and could only see the majestic whirlpool. It was so huge that it occupied the entire sky. This caused everyone to feel dazzled and confused. God's steps. Lin Ling also looked at the sky and instantly found something. And it's not a weak God's step. He should be using the God's steps to comprehend the great Tao and find the fourth star. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu said solemnly. This mysterious youth called the sacred progenitor was indeed very strong. Boom! At this moment, the astral maelstrom in the air exploded, causing boundless astral light to cascade down. After that, the entire space dimmed as a figure slowly appeared. He was none other than the sage primogenitor. In addition, he looked extremely ordinary with his hands clasped behind his back. He was clad in a long robe. His robe swayed slightly, but this ordinariness gave people a feeling of returning to simplicity. Brush, come. He muttered to himself and waved his right hand in the sky. Then, a bamboo brush floated down and landed in the sacred progenitor's hand. Brush drops shocking wind and rain. The sacred progenitor let out a calm voice. However, when it landed in people's ears, it was like a divine prophecy. Everything was so illusory yet so real. The brush in his hand gently wrote 4 large words. Worship as a god. After these 4 words came out, a terrifying power and pressure erupted. Everyone on the ground found it difficult to breathe. Even the golden dragon of the dragon race felt as if he was carrying a mountain. Such power. Just from this move alone, they knew that the sacred progenitor was stronger than them. The words, worship like a god, floated out and landed on the grand Tao cloud pattern disk. All of the energy was blown away, and the 3 stars that were lit up before could be clearly seen. However, the 4th star also instantly appeared, and it became even more dazzling. The sacred progenitor found the star so quickly. What a great stroke! Heroic! Everyone exclaimed in admiration. At present, it was easiest for the primogenitor to open the star position. It was as easy as blowing off dust. No wonder he let someone open the star position first. However, as the star grew brighter and brighter, the progenitor didn't stop. He waved his brush, and waves of godly power landed on the star, making it even more dazzling than the previous 3 rays of starlight. Progenitor, we're here to help you. On the ground, some people dressed in similar attire as the primogenitors also urged their godly power and poured it into the starlight. Rumble. As a result, the huge chessboard on the cliff also shook. Endless light bloomed. This sacred progenitor is tricking us. This change made Lin Ling's eyes flash. He somewhat understood the sacred progenitor's intention. This person was constantly lighting up the star. When the Lei Gong Palace lit up the star, the difficulty would increase by several times. Chapter 43-75. Lin Ling suddenly floated up. With a loud roar, the steps of wisdom turned into a rolling river, enveloping the great Tao cloud pattern plate. Since the saint progenitor dared to underestimate the Lei Gong Hall, he would let the latter know the power of the Lei Gong Hall. What? Seeing Lin Ling float up, everyone was shocked. Because Lin Ling wanted to light up 2 stars at the same time. This guy is crazy. Yeah, this way, the difficulty will be increased by 10 times. The dragon race and the underworld demon sealer said with a solemn expression. The Lei Gong Hall, can you do it? At this moment, the saint progenitor also looked at Lin Ling. Although he was shocked, his fighting spirit was also aroused by the Lei Gong Hall. This was because, under the leadership of the previous generation of thunder gods, he still thought that the thunder god Great Hall was very impressive. However, this new thunder god, from the very beginning, he did not take it to heart. However, Lin Ling just smiled and did not say anything. Rumble. At this moment, the great Dao cloud pattern plate on the cliff was still shaking, and the sound was deafening. "Lin Ling, are you looking for the fifth star?" "Yes." Many people narrowed their eyes. Because Lin Ling and the Saint Progenitor had lit up 2 stars together, the last star was undoubtedly the hardest to find. However, they did not know that Lin Ling was also using the steps of wisdom. Moreover, his steps of God were several times stronger than the Saint Progenitor's. Therefore, when it was sealed in the Great Dao Cloud Pattern Plate, Lin Ling also seemed to be controlling the entire Great Dao Cloud Pattern Plate. He had noticed before that in order to find the star, he had to comprehend the Great Dao. However, the steps of wisdom had such an effect. Even the steps of God had such an effect. Even the underworld demon sealer's opening of the bronze gate and the sacred generation primogenitor's starry sky explosion had been used to comprehend the great Tao through the divine steps. And Lin Ling's soul force was the strongest. His stare of wisdom was more terrifying than everyone's stare of God. It was just that it didn't have any attack power, but in terms of sealing power, no one here could compare to him. The fifth star position isn't that easy to find. At this moment, the sacred generation primogenitor also sensed that there was a mysterious power spitting out from the great Tao cloud pattern disk. However, he still didn't care about it. On the contrary, he quietly activated his divine power and ordered the people under the curtain to light up the starlight with all their might. At that time, he would like to see how Lin Ling would light up the fifth starlight. Clearly, his arrogance had been aroused. He would rather not enter the Zhi, or Ox Cave for the time being. That way, he would trample the great hall of Lei Gong under his feet. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dim starlight appeared on the great path cloud pattern plate that was more than 100 meters wide. The fifth starlight has appeared. Someone exclaimed. Then, the crowd went into an uproar. This was because Lin Ling's speed of finding the fifth starlight was faster than anyone else. One had to know that Lin Ling was currently the fifth starlight. It was already difficult to find it, but he had done it together with the sacred generation primogenitor. This was even more difficult. However, Lin Ling had succeeded. Not only did this guy's strength increase, he even hit a trick in the last battle with me. That trick should be the stare of God. The underworld demon sealer said with a serious expression. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. As for the sacred generation primogenitor, his expression changed. He was shocked that Lin Ling had found the star position so quickly. However, he couldn't care less now. He increased his strength and lit up the starlight. This was because Lin Ling had found the star position. This was something that couldn't be changed. Therefore, the only thing he could do was light up the starlight and become the most dazzling of the 5 stars. The third stage. At this moment, in the sky, after Lin Ling found the position of the star, he let out a low roar. His gray robe appeared, and he slapped it out. It seemed like a simple action, but it carried a violent might of the great path. It landed on the position of the star, causing the originally dim position of the star to suddenly become dazzling. It was changing at a crazy speed towards the blazing sun. So powerful. This Lei Gong only used his strength alone to make the star position so dazzling. I'm afraid his strength isn't weak at all. People were shocked again. Experts of the Dragon Clan like the Radiant Golden Dragon didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Now, they felt that Lin Ling was a great enemy. Divine power, at least above 5,000. However, his divine origin is terrifying. It's like a torrential river. Moreover, it also carries other forces. It seems to be physical strength. The sacred generation primogenitor's eyes flashed. He didn't expect this new generation of Lei Gong to be so strong. Although Lin Ling's divine energy couldn't compare to his, and his cultivation was even lower than his, Lin Ling's divine energy was so abundant that it didn't seem to be much weaker than his, a mid-stage low god. Most importantly, Lin Ling had a domain that was stronger than his, and that was his physical strength. Reversal of the long river. The sacred generation primogenitor shouted and waved his brush. 2 streams of starlight shone down from the sky and landed on the tip of his brush. The brush was dazzling, and it was as if a river of time had appeared. It was unstoppable. Rumble. When this force landed on the great path cloud pattern chessboard, the huge chessboard shook a little and the force was reflected back. This caused the people near the cliff to feel as if they were washed by a flood and couldn't help but retreat. Primogenitor, could he be the legendary brush god? Legend has it that in ancient times, a god was rushing to take an exam at night. Along the way, he encountered a white fox. Later, he fell in love with the white fox. Using the white fox, the scholar entered the great path and became a god. With a single brush, he could write the entire world, a magnificent army, and the endless great path. I'm afraid this group of people is related to that bloodline. The underworld devil sealer whispered to the woman next to him. Primogenitor, we will help you. At this time, the people brought by the sacred generation primogenitor also had brushes in their hands. They wrote down the endless great path under the sky. Taking a closer look, countless heavenly words surged towards the great path cloud pattern plate, making the light of the 4th star seem to represent the entire great path cloud pattern plate. Looking at the starlight that represented the Thunder God Hall, it was now completely covered, just like the previous 3 starlights. The sacred generation primogenitor wants the 5th star. It was not difficult to guess the sacred generation primogenitor's thoughts. He was obviously competing with Lei Gong's Hall. However, the sacred generation primogenitor was clearly related to the Age of Gods, and even came from the Great Desolate Era. As for Lei Gong's Hall, it was naturally incomparable. What do you think of Lei Gong's Hall? At this moment, the sacred generation primogenitor smiled faintly. He had his hands behind his back, and he held a brush in his hand. He looked like a god from the Age of Gods. What he meant was that Lei Gong's Hall should be given up. Because only Lei Gong's Hall was given up, he would withdraw, and the Great Path Cloud Pattern board would be completely opened. Young Qilin. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also shouted in a low voice. Roar! In midair, an ancient Cyan Qilin appeared. Its 4 limbs were like mountains, and its mane was fluttering in the wind. It was as if it had come from the prehistoric era. The moment it appeared, the experts of the Dragon Clan were all trembling. They could feel a terrifying pressure coming from it, making their bodies tremble. Chapter 4376. This meant that the Qilin's bloodline was above theirs. Roar! The green Qilin opened its mouth and spat out a green pearl that landed on the great Dao cloud pattern plate. The heavenly sutras that were inscribed by the sage generation primogenitors were blown away, causing popping sounds to ring out. At the same time, the star that represented the Thunderlord Hall began to shine brightly. What? The primogenitor's expression changed. There was such a powerful expert in Lei Gong's Hall? Grandpa Treasure God! Lin Ling shouted. He knew that the primogenitor looked down on their Lei Gong's Hall. Now, it was time to tell him that Lei Gong's Hall was not to be humiliated. Rumble. Nanwu Fengyu Treasure God floated up and unleashed a punch. The wind and rain came as if it came from the divine world. The devilish clouds above the Ji Air Ox cave were blown away as well. Late stage lower god. Seeing this, the primogenitor's eyes narrowed. Looking at the great Dao cloud pattern plate, the star representing Lei Gong's Hall became even more dazzling. It surpassed the primogenitor star. Let me. But this wasn't the end. Steel Slayer God also made his move. A chain shot out and turned into a complex pattern in the air. The chain was pitch black and carried an imposing aura. Boom! When the chain landed on the star representing Lei Gong's Hall, the power of the god's stairway erupted. The star representing Lei Gong's Hall occupied the entire great Dao cloud pattern plate. This was the reversal of the host's position. Such a change shocked everyone present. The Dragon Clan's people and the Underworld's demon sealer narrowed their eyes. They knew that this group's strength couldn't be underestimated. Our Lei Gong's Hall is the 5th star. The 5th star is the 5th star. No star can surpass me. However, this wasn't the end because the giant ghost was about to attack. He held the 8 Gods stone tablet with both hands and threw it out. When it hit the Dao cloud pattern disk, the entire cliff trembled. The 5th ray of starlight reached 10,000 kilometers away. Even Yu and the rest, who were rushing over from afar, sped up when they saw the blinding light. We only sent out 6 people. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke, calmly looking at the sacred ancestor. The sacred ancestor's expression was ugly, and the pen in his hand had clearly stopped. This was because he couldn't fight against the entire Lei Gong Hall. No, this wasn't even the entire Lei Gong Hall. It was just the 6 people who represented Lei Gong Hall. Gods and ghosts weep when the sword is drawn. After Lin Ling finished speaking, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out. With this strike, the sea of blood roared, killing intent surging into the heavens, as if it was going to break through the river of time, sun, moon, and stars. Nothing could stop that roiling sea of blood, as if it was going to destroy the world. Walala. The sea of blood crashed into the great Dao cloud pattern disk, and cracks began to appear on the cliff. The 5th ray of starlight soared into the sky, illuminating this part of the divine realm. That ray of light was so dazzling that even the people from the Ear Ox Cave saw it. Their expressions were solemn, and they knew that another expert was about to enter this demonic world. Gods and ghosts weep when the sword is drawn. Looking at the people in front of the cliff, they were all thinking about Lin Ling's words. The 5 of them opened the 5 Qi stars, and each of them represented a divine gate. Among them, there was the dragon race's dragon roar, the underworld gate that could switch between life and death, and the brush stroke that could shock the world. However, the one who had the last laugh was the gods and ghosts weep when the sword was drawn. This result was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. It seemed that the Lei Gong Hall didn't need others to give in, and they indeed had the capital to be proud. Lei Gong Hall. In the sky, the sacred ancestor muttered to himself, and finally stopped attacking. He was willing to be the 4th ray of starlight, allowing the light of the Lei Gong Hall to cover them. After all, he had no choice but to accept it. This was because there were too many experts in the Lei Gong Hall. Lei Gong Hall is very strong. After landing on the ground, the sacred ancestor lightly said. Although his words carried a hint of admitting defeat, he was also saying that the Lei Gong Hall was indeed powerful, and he was sincerely convinced. However, this Lei Gong Hall wasn't worthy of his admiration. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Ling smiled and floated down. Although he understood the hidden meaning in the sacred ancestor's words, he didn't care because this time, he was representing the Lei Gong Hall. As long as the Lei Gong Hall wasn't underestimated, this was enough. Brother Ling. Sir. At this time, Yu and the others finally arrived. There were also many experts, including Sakura and the Demon Lord. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that their strength had greatly increased. Clearly, after experiencing the investiture of the gods, they had obtained a lot of benefits. Seeing the arrival of experts from the Lei Gong Hall, the sacred ancestor and the others became even more silent. They knew that the current Lei Gong Hall wasn't something they could provoke. Of course, this was one thing, but when they thought of their previous humiliation, the sacred ancestor and the others still felt angry and vexed. Rumble. At this time, the rolling clouds in the small path between the 2 cliffs began to recede like the receding tide. In the middle, a small path that could only fit 2 people appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. However, after the clouds receded, the demonic aura that seemed to have solidified spread out. When it passed through everyone, as long as one's strength was weak, they could feel the boundary essence on the surface of their body being constantly corroded. Is this the Ear Ox Cave? Many people said in a hoarse voice, and their eyes were filled with seriousness. This was because they knew that many gods had entered the Ear Ox Cave, and a place that even gods were interested in must be extraordinary. Of course, the Ear Ox Cave was the only place left behind in the Age of Gods, and it was also known to the people. It represented its mysteriousness. Let's go in. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the small path and walked in with large strides. Wait, our sacred ancestor should go in first. At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded. It was an old man that the sacred ancestor had brought along. At this moment, he frowned and said, "Let the Hall Lei Gong Hall go in first." However, the sacred ancestor just calmly said. He knew that he had lost and wasn't qualified to be the first to enter. Lin Ling looked at the old man with a sneer, mocking him for not knowing how to appreciate favors, and then stepped into the small path. Behind him, the people from the Hall Lei Gong Hall followed one after another, and each of them puffed out their chests proudly. Although the Hall Lei Gong Hall of the Four Great Gods was not as famous as before after the fall of Lei Gong, today's matter told everyone that the Hall Lei Gong Hall still existed and was still powerful. Primogenitor. Seeing the Hall Lei Gong Hall enter majestically, the old man from before looked at the sacred ancestor with unwillingness. Chapter 43-77. The light golden dragon and the netherworld demon sealer had gloomy expressions on their faces as they followed behind the saint progenitor. Their backgrounds weren't small, but they were ranked behind Lin Ling and the saint progenitor. This was a humiliation to them. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, those two were more powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest were walking along the narrow path. In front of them was a demonic aura that seemed to have materialized. It was as if it was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Those without divine energy felt a chill run down their spines. They were in awe of this mysterious demonic land. Ox Cave, a demonic land that existed in the divine realm. It's the only known remnant of the divine realm. This time, even the Kurishin came. This shows how terrifying this demonic land is. Lin Ling frowned as he walked at the front. All of a sudden, a blood-colored sunlight shone in, causing everyone's heart to tremble. When they looked up, they saw that the winding path had finally come to an end. In the distance, a blood-colored sun was hanging high in the sky, very dazzling. Blood sun. One had to know that after the divine realm shattered, all the stars and suns were destroyed. Who would have thought that the seven saints would give birth to a blazing sun here? However, this blazing sun had a demonic aura. It gave off a demonic feeling. We're out. Just as Lin Ling walked out, a demonic wind blew against his face. The demonic wind was filled with the stench of blood, murderous intent, and evil aura. It also had the stench of a demon. What a smelly demonic wind. This Ox Cave is a nest of demons. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu's nostrils twitched as he frowned. This smell, it should be the smell of the Ox Demon clan. Lin Ling looked ahead and said. Behind him, Lei Gong and Little South also walked out. When they saw the desolate scene in the distance, they were all stunned. In the distance, there were all kinds of desolate hills on the ground. There were only a few scattered blades of grass on the ground. It was as if this place was abandoned by the human world. However, looking into the distance through the horizon, one could see the vast demonic forest, as well as the gigantic mountain peaks in the distance. Look! All of a sudden, Sakura shouted and pointed at a barren hill in the distance. Under the barren hill, a large number of white bones were piled up. It looked like they had been there for a long time, and among the white bones, there were various kinds of poisonous insects and centipedes crawling. I'm afraid there's danger nearby. Let's leave first. Lin Ling didn't dare to be negligent. After all, he brought too many people with him. He didn't want anyone to die here. Not long after Lin Ling and the others left, the primogenitor and the others also walked out of the winding path. After realizing the mysteries of the demon land, their expressions turned solemn, and they also separated. There's Ox Cave. For safety's sake, let's find a place. And we. On the other side, Lin Ling suggested as he led the group forward. That's right. It's too dangerous to move separately in this demonic land. It's better to move together. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu nodded. Over there. After a long time, a few towering mountains appeared in front of them. The mountains were very dense, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. Compared to the smelly wasteland from before, this place was much cleaner. Among the mountains, there was a valley. The area was vast, and there were sparse grass. This valley was very suitable for them to set up camp. Let me take a look. Lin Ling floated up, and his soul force quietly spread out. He sensed a few deity realm descendants in the mountains. Their overall strength wasn't strong, so there was nothing to worry about. Instead, there were faint breathing sounds coming from the bottom of the mountains. Lin Ling sensed that there was a mountain-sized monster lying in the valley. This monster was covered in golden scales, and it looked like a pangolin. Such a huge pangolin, I'm afraid it's about to become a spirit. No wonder there aren't many poisonous insects nearby. It's because of this pangolin. Lin Ling secretly nodded. He then sealed the steps of wisdom, and wanted to drive the pangolin away. At the foot of the mountains, the gigantic pangolin sensed a mysterious force surging over and was immediately shocked. Then, it sensed the people outside the mountains, which also let it know that this place was no longer safe. But what surprised Lin Ling was that after the pangolin sensed them, it was obviously afraid, but it didn't leave. You're courting death. Sensing this, Lin Ling coldly snorted. He was already lenient. He only drove it away, and didn't kill it. If it was an expert here, he would definitely kill it. But the pangolin didn't know how to appreciate kindness. This time, Lin Ling also wanted to kill it. After all, if he left such a monster in the valley, no one could guarantee that it wouldn't attack. Kunlun. But at this time, a voice came from Lin Ling's arm. It was little Kunlun. You're awake. Lin Ling couldn't help but be happy. During this period, little Kunlun had been in a deep sleep, and now it had finally woken up. Let it go? Then, Lin Ling sensed little Kunlun's intention and couldn't help but be surprised. He once again probed with his soul force, and only then did he realize that the huge pangolin was giving birth. No wonder it didn't leave. I see. Lin Ling nodded, then glanced at little Kunlun and finally decided to let the pangolin go. You can stay here, but you can't disturb the valley. Do you understand? If I find out that you want to harm my people, I'll be the first to kill you. Then, Lin Ling transmitted his voice. The pangolin sensed Lin Ling's intention, and immediately nodded gratefully, promising not to harm Lin Ling's people. Although it's safe here, we still have to be careful of unexpected events. After dealing with the pangolin, Lin Ling floated up, took out a large number of treasures, and then set up barrier formations. These barrier formations were mostly defensive formations that could block many attacks from early-stage lower gods. Of course, there was another important function, and that was to warn Lin Ling and the others. As long as strangers approached, the barrier formations would alert Lin Ling and the others. And this was the most important point. After all, Lin Ling didn't have many divine springs at the moment. It was already very good that he could set up such barrier formations. These barrier formations also took a lot of Lin Ling's time. A month later, the barrier formations were finally completed and disappeared into the mountains. Looking at the Thunder God Great Hall, Xiaonan, and the others, they had already built mansions in the valley, making it look like a small city. Lord Lei Gong, are the formations ready? Lin Ling, during this period of time, we have been searching in the surrounding area and found many good treasures. Look, this is a 500,000-year-old Fergana fruit and a 1,000,000-year-old Emperor crystal. Chapter 4378. Lin Ling glanced at the treasures and couldn't help but nod. As expected of a place left behind by the God realm, all of the treasures here were priceless. After all, in the current 9 continents, it was difficult to find a treasure that was 100,000 years old, let alone a 1,000,000 years old one. Don't be greedy. Remember to be careful at every step. If you haven't been to a place before, don't go recklessly. Lin Ling saw that the harvest was not bad, so he gave the order. He already had a plan in his mind. With this valley as the center, he would slowly explore the surroundings. This way, it would be safe and he would be able to find treasures. In the following days, I will also go with them to search. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu said with a smile. During this period of time, he had been guarding the valley. Now that the formation was completed, there was no need for him to guard the valley anymore. Okay, after tomorrow, I will also go out and take a look. Lin Ling nodded and entered the valley to investigate. Seeing that the golden pangolin was still giving birth and everything else was fine, he was relieved. On the second day, Lin Ling went out alone, and the direction he went was further than the people in Lei Gong's palace. He wanted to see if there were any terrifying existences nearby. Such a strong aura, there must be some powerful monsters hiding in that direction. I must warn Lei Gong's palace not to go in that direction. Demonic dragon? TSK, this demonic dragon is probably stronger than the dragon god of the dragon race. Along the way, Lin Ling also saw many powerful monsters. These monsters seemed to be sleeping, hiding in the dark. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's powerful soul force, he definitely wouldn't have found them. Lin Ling obviously didn't dare to provoke these monsters, so he took a detour. Something is wrong. However, even though he was already very careful, he still felt like he was being watched by something, causing Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. Then, he used all of his strength to run along the mountains. As he ran, the fatal feeling suddenly disappeared. However, when he passed through the ground, Lin Ling saw many corpses, and these corpses were from recent times, causing Lin Ling to be very shocked. After a long time, Lin Ling slowed down. He thought that he had escaped the hidden killer, but that strange feeling appeared again. What's going on? Didn't I already shake it off? Lin Ling's heart tensed up, and he carefully sensed that the hidden killer was getting closer and closer to him. However, when Lin Ling looked back, he found that the killing intent had disappeared. Even when Lin Ling turned around and ran, it was as if the killing intent had never appeared. No way, I'm actually this unlucky. Suddenly, Lin Ling froze. He finally guessed who was staring at him. It should be the Black Goblin. Dark goblins were not strong, but they were the most difficult to deal with. They would constantly follow their target, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. Bastard! Lin Ling knew that in the divine realm, many people had died in the hands of this sinister black demon. This cunning thing, I'm afraid it has a lifespan of 500,000 years. Lin Ling cursed and quickly rushed forward, trying to shake off the hateful black demon. Under Lin Ling's full speed, the black demon completely disappeared. However, when Lin Ling stopped, that hateful feeling was born again. I really can't shake it off. Lin Ling's face became colder and colder. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he fiercely slashed behind him, shattering the sky behind him. Rumble. After countless swords slashed out, the heaven and earth behind him rumbled incessantly. It was a complete mess. After Lin Ling used all of his strength, he immediately rushed forward. However, after rushing for a period of time, just as he stopped, that disgusting feeling appeared again. Fuck, you really think I can't do anything to you? The black demon had obviously angered Lin Ling. Just as Lin Ling was about to deal with the black demon, suddenly, an even older feeling enveloped Lin Ling's body. It seemed to be another black demon, and it was even more ancient than the previous one. This can't be a million-year-old black demon. Lin Ling's pupils constricted and he bitterly smiled. He had become a delicious cake. Now, two black demons were staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had no choice but to stop and personally deal with them. Many years later, under an ancient tree, Lin Ling sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. It was as if he was recovering his spirit chi. While he was recovering, that fatal feeling quietly crept up on him, and it kept getting closer and closer to him. What black demons loved the most was to use a sneak attack to deal a fatal blow. Often, this kind of sneak attack would wait until a martial artist was tired and careless. Although the martial artist being followed knew that a fatal danger was behind them, whether it was a man or a god, there would be a day when they would be tired, and the black demons would use that moment to deal a fatal blow. Now, they realized that Lin Ling was tired and even numb. GG. After an unknown period of time, the two shadows finally attacked. They shot towards Lin Ling, who was under the tree. This was because they also realized that this was the best opportunity. If they waited any longer, Lin Ling would have recovered his strength. At that time, they would have lost their best chance. Seal. However, just as they approached Lin Ling's eyes finally opened. The stairway of wisdom sealed the surrounding area. In order to prevent the black demons from escaping, Lin Ling reduced the area of the seal to 100 meters. As soon as the stairway of wisdom appeared, the two black shadows were frozen in midair. Looking carefully, these black demons looked like two radishes. The only difference was that one of the radishes had more whiskers. It seemed to be a million-year-old black demon. Moreover, these radishes were completely black. It was very strange. GG. After being sealed by Lin Ling, they had lost the ability to escape. They began to cry out in panic. This time, you will still not die. Lin Ling raised his sword and walked forward, his face ice cold. GG. The two black demons were even more flustered. They seemed to be begging for mercy. After all, they had lived for 500,000 years. They had lived longer than Lin Ling's ancestors and had already gained sentience. GG your whole family. Have you had enough fun? Die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling showed no mercy. With a slash of his sword, he chopped off the heads of the two radishes. A stench of black smoke drifted out from the heads of the radishes. The two black radishes finally fell to the ground as if they were completely dead. You want to kill me? You're courting death. Lin Ling walked forward and picked up the two black demons. He carefully examined them and found that the spiritual energy within the black demons was even more intense than the god spring. Good stuff. If I can find more black demons, I will have hope of breaking through. Lin Ling smiled happily. Previously, he had only experimented a little. He did not expect to succeed. The Stairway of God was indeed a powerful force in the Age of Gods. Chapter 43-79. There's someone here? After walking for a short while, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly flashed. He saw a few familiar faces in the dense forest in front of him. It was San Ling and the rest. Before entering the gate of the realm of God, they had to queue up to enter because of the arrival of Lei Gong. Who would have thought that they would be here? There's also the light golden dragon. There were quite a few people in this group. Other than Luoshan, San Ling, and Qing Mo, there were also the proud youths from the dragon tribe. Xiao Er was among them. Follow us. We can bring you to Eugene. However, keep your voices down. Don't alarm the creatures in the forest. The light golden dragon walked at the front and said proudly. He was the strongest person here, even stronger than Luoshan. Therefore, everyone gave him face. Of course, it was also Xiao Er who suggested that everyone knew the light golden dragon. Xiao Er was obviously showing off in front of these people. To him, even the 8 great new gods had to give him face. This was a great honor. After all, Xiao Er was only a trial taker and not one of the 8 great new gods. With Senior Light Golden Dragon around, he can definitely bring us further. Everyone's faces were filled with flattery, and even the giant shadow was shamelessly flattering him. Keep your voices down. However, the Light Golden Dragon was obviously disdainful of the giant figure's flattery. He scolded him in a low voice. That's right. Giant figure, keep your voice down. Do you want to alarm the creatures in the forest? If it weren't for the sacrifice of a few people, we might not even have been able to escape. Those creatures are too scary. They don't seem strong, but they can't be killed. They have been following us secretly and have the means to enter a martial artist's dantian and devour it. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Alright, stop talking. Speaking of the danger they had encountered, everyone looked as if they had just survived a disaster. Then, their voices became even softer as they moved forward. Wow, long time no see. Why are we meeting again here? However, at that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out, startling the birds in the forest and causing them to fly away. Even the radiant golden dragon and the others were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically. That was because they had just finished telling him to lower his voice, yet this person was already shouting. Was he trying to kill them on purpose? Lin Ling, it's you? Then, everyone looked at the newcomer and was even more shocked. Luoshan, Sanling, long time no see. Lin Ling also greeted them with a smile. From the looks of it, he seemed to be very familiar with Luoshan and the others. However, Hero Luo and the others knew that Lin Ling had humiliated them a few months ago. Lin Ling, lower your voice. The giant figure couldn't help but roar angrily. In his opinion, with the radiant golden dragon here, Lin Ling had no right to be arrogant. What did you say, giant shadow? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Hearing this, Lin Ling blinked and looked at the giant shadow. Big my ass. The giant shadow was enraged. Speak louder? Was he trying to alarm the sinister monsters in the forest? Giant shadow, lower your voice. However, just as the giant shadow finished speaking, Xiao Er gave him a hard slap. That was because the giant shadow's previous shout was even louder than Lin Ling's. Sorry, I was angered by Lin Ling. The giant shadow quickly gave himself a hard slap. Then, he glared angrily at Lin Ling and finally did not dare to speak again. Lin Ling, please, can you lower your voice? There are troublesome things in the forest. If we alarm them, we will all die. Seeing that the giant shadow did not dare to speak, Sanling sighed and said humbly. Now, he was also afraid of Lin Ling. What did you say? However, although Sanling spoke softly, it did not mean that Lin Ling spoke softly. He immediately roared, shocking everyone. They hated Lin Ling to the core. Are you guys still gods? Afraid of everything, afraid of everything. I think you guys should stop being gods. Why don't you go home and plant sweet potatoes? However, Lin Ling's roar was only to open the door. Next, he started scolding everyone even more sternly. Of course, it was fine to scold them. They could tolerate it, but could he not scold them so loudly? This guy is doing it on purpose. Luoshan was disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. She knew that Lin Ling must have done it on purpose. This despicable Lin Ling. Not only did he humiliate them, he was even toying with them. Senior Bright Golden Dragon, look. Sanling looked at the bright golden dragon and said expectantly. He obviously hoped that the bright golden dragon would teach Lin Ling a lesson. In his opinion, the bright golden dragon was powerful and had the most orthodox bloodline of the dragon race. Lin Ling, a half-baked god, was definitely not his match. Forget it. Unfortunately, the bright golden dragon gritted his teeth. He had just seen Lin Ling open the 5th star position a month ago. He already knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. What? Of course, Sanling and Luotian did not see that scene, so they were shocked. Luotian frowned and said, "Bright golden dragon, you have the purest bloodline of the dragon god. Are you trying to say that you're not Lin Ling's match?" "To tell you the truth, I'm not." The bright golden dragon pondered for a moment and did not hide anything. After all, Xiao Er and the rest had seen it with their own eyes. Sooner or later, people would find out. Such an outcome undoubtedly gave Hero Luo and the others a fright. They looked at Lin Ling with even more fear. "You want to fight me? Sure, let's fight." While they were discussing, a domineering battle intent suddenly erupted. It was Lin Ling's battle intent. He floated in the air, and his body was covered in violent lightning. It crackled non-stop and shot straight to the sky. At this moment, even the bright golden dragon was so scared that his snot was running out. He admitted defeat because he was no match for Lin Ling. Secondly, it was because this forest was not suitable for battle. Of these 2 points, the second was the most important. Otherwise, with the prestige of the dragon tribe, even if he was no match, he would still fight force with force. However, he did not expect that after he admitted defeat, Lin Ling would not give up. He even shouted, "Lei Gong, I'm not afraid of you. I admit defeat, I admit defeat." The bright golden dragon thought of the assassin hiding in the dark. He gritted his teeth and said humbly, "Admit defeat? Are you looking down on me? Do you think that I'm not strong enough to fight you?" In the air, Lin Ling seemed to be angry. This time, he activated the Luai's real form and the flame of the human monarch. It formed a terrifying firestorm that shook the entire forest. "You!" Seeing this, everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Those with weak minds fainted immediately. Chapter 4380. On the other hand, Lin Ling looked at them angrily, but he was sneering in his heart. He had overheard their conversation and knew that there were dark goblins hidden in the forest. Because of this, Lin Ling had shouted so loudly to attract more dark goblins. Sure enough, after Lin Ling shouted, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in the forest. It was as if countless eyes were staring at Lin Ling and the others. "It's over, it's over. Over." Sensing the faintly discernible feeling, the 3 spirits and the others turned pale. Many of them even sat down on the ground, their faces as white as paper. Even the powerful bright golden dragon had large drops of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He had encountered many evil monsters before, but he had no way to kill them. That was why he was afraid. The monsters called dark goblins did not look strong, but they were too cunning. If you retreated, they would retreat. If you advanced, they would advance. No probing method could detect them. Being targeted by them was like being cursed. Unless you killed them or killed yourself, there was no other way. Good, good, good. Many of you have come over. However, when the bright golden dragon heard Lin Ling's excited shout, his pupils constricted and he almost fainted. Despicable Lin Ling. Over. The others also looked angrily at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling wanted to kill them. What a cunning Lin Ling. However, the 3 spirits and the others' eyes continued to flicker. With Lin Ling's strength, if he really wanted to kill them, he could just do it himself. There was no need to borrow the help of the dark goblins. Unless Lin Ling's target was the dark goblins and they were bait. Oh my god, we've become bait. Over. Thinking of this, the 3 spirits kept touching their bald heads. They were completely shocked. Luotian and the others also had unspeakable bitterness. They were the 8 new gods of the 9 continents, but now they had become bait. How could they swallow such humiliation? Okay. Be good and shut up. Don't disturb my dark goblins. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. At this moment, Lin Ling saw that everyone knew his purpose and smiled faintly. You devil! Although they didn't want to bother with Lin Ling, they saw that Lin Ling seemed to have a way to get rid of the black goblin. Therefore, they could only follow Lin Ling's instructions. After all, they would die even faster if they fled now. Everyone, sit cross-legged and cultivate. Relax your vigilance. It's best if you pretend to be weak. Lin Ling noticed that the dark goblin in the distance had been hiding and didn't attack easily, so Lin Ling said again. Why should we listen to you? We're not Lei Gong's people. Seeing Lin Ling's constant reminders, the giant shadow could no longer bear it. After all, he was a reincarnated god. If it wasn't for the fact that his awakening time was too short, Lin Ling wouldn't have the qualifications to be so arrogant in front of him. You can refuse, but when I make my move, you won't be pretending to be weak, you will be seriously injured by me. However, I hate threatening people the most, so don't force me. Lin Ling was still secretly investigating the dark goblin. Seeing that there were no dark goblins over 1,000,000 years old, he was a little disappointed, but he still smiled at everyone. Bastard! Isn't that a threat? I'll endure it. Everyone gritted their teeth, but in the end, they endured it and sat cross-legged, becoming docile and obedient. You are all cowards. Seeing this, the giant shadow couldn't help but curse, but in the end, he also sat cross-legged, looking docile and obedient. This was because, although he hated Lin Ling to death, he was also afraid of the dark goblins. Therefore, if Lin Ling had a way to deal with the dark goblins, it would be extremely good. However, it was very difficult to deal with the dark goblins. When the giant shadow was in the divine realm, he had seen powerful gods kill the dark goblins. However, they were all intermediate gods, and among the lower gods, he had never seen anyone succeed. Unless they had a powerful divine fetus, or a divine step that surpassed the soul system, and their level was not low. Where are you dragons? At this time, Lin Ling looked at the light golden dragon and said. Okay, we will do as you say. The light golden dragon was the most difficult to put down his face, and he almost wanted to fight with Lin Ling, but in the end, he was afraid of the dark goblins and endured it. Brother, we dragons also have to listen to his orders. Xiao Er was clearly unwilling to accept this. You don't have to listen, you can go by yourself. I want to see how long you can carry the dark goblins, that curse will kill you sooner or later. The light golden dragon said in a bad mood, and Xiao Er finally sat cross-legged unwillingly. Moreover, everyone was suppressing their aura, as if they were breaking through, and also as if they were comprehending. This was obviously to lure the dark goblins. Of course, the dark goblins were also very cunning, and would not easily attack. When they saw that the martial artists were weak, they would only approach tentatively, and this kind of probing was enough for Lin Ling. Because, as long as the dark goblins came close to a certain range, Lin Ling could use his soul power to seal them. During this process, the only thing Lin Ling could do was wait patiently. Time quietly passed by, and if Lin Ling did not see that there were many dark goblins, he would have almost given up. However, just as Lin Ling was waiting, suddenly, a cavalry came from afar. It was majestic, like a flood of steel. Then, the flood separated into a small group, and like a meteor shower, it shot over from afar, and then floated above the forest. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. The light golden dragon looked at the cavalry, and suddenly his pupils constricted, and he muttered to himself, Immortal Spirit Kingdom has no hegemony. Their dragon race was on the other side of the void of the 9 continents, so they obviously knew more than the void of the 9 continents. Looking at Lin Ling again, he did not recognize this group of people, but his face was very ugly. Because after the flood of steel came from afar, although it did not scare the dark goblins away, it made the dark goblins no longer come close. There seems to be a lot of life essence down there, bring them all back, they can be used as soldiers' pay. Ha! At this time, a deep laughter suddenly sounded, and it shocked the clouds in the sky to disperse. This voice also made Lin Ling realize that the dark goblins were all hidden. At this rate, the dark goblins would disappear at any time, and once the dark goblins disappeared, even Lin Ling would not be able to find them. Ants, have you seen the life essence? Ha! At this time, a majestic voice came from above. Although they all noticed the dark goblins were too hidden, so they could only sense them, but not find them. Get lost. Ha! Lin Ling could not help but shout in a low voice. He could not move now, because the dark goblins' target was them. As long as they moved, the dark goblins would disappear completely. Upon hearing this, the group of cavalry in the sky frowned. That ant actually told them to scram? Chapter 43-81. The eyes of the leader turned cold, but he was still looking down. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Those dark goblins are over there. TSK, there are a lot of them. Tisk, dark goblins had intelligence and were very cunning. They wouldn't appear in places where there were many experts. Therefore, this steel flood rarely encountered dark goblins. Go catch those dark goblins. Tisk. Soon after, the expert called Tian Ke brought everyone down. A snail appeared in Tian Ke's hand. The snail was about the size of a palm and there were red ripples on its shell. It was very strange. However, Lin Ling felt that those snails seemed to be able to restrain the dark goblins. Sure enough, in the vast universe, there was always something that could restrain another. If you don't want to die, get lost. Tisk. Lin Ling still didn't attack. He issued the final ultimatum. This was because he noticed that although the steel torrent was powerful, only the leader was a mid-stage low god. The rest were all early-stage low gods. Moreover, the mid-stage low god Tian Ke's divine embryo was merely a 7th-grade divine embryo. Ants, you want us to die? You really don't know the difference between life and death. Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you are following the dragon race. If you provoke us, we will even kill the dragon race. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Tian Ke sneered and ignored Lin Ling for the time being. He was still staring at the dark goblins not far away. I don't care where you came from. You only have 3 breaths of time to think. If you mess up my plan, you will all die. Seeing this group of people approaching the dark goblins, Lin Ling's heart was boiling with anger. It wasn't easy for him to lure these dark goblins out. After they arrived, they wanted to snatch his harvest. Were they trying to provoke Lei Gong? What a big tone. Wait, the first one we will kill is you. Seeing that Lin Ling was still talking nonsense, a divine soldier behind Tian Ke immediately shouted angrily. Another divine soldier beside him nodded and sneered, I don't know where this group of people came from, but they should be related to the Jiuzhou Void. They are really ignorant. It is only the Jiuzhou Void. We, the Xianling realm, do not dominate it. It's just that our country hasn't crossed the Kaiyuan River yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to speak. Don't worry, after we catch the dark goblins, except for the dragon clan, we will kill the rest. The others also spoke one after another. Their words caused the expressions of Luo Shen and the others to change. This was because other than the radiant golden dragon, the others did not know the origins of this group of people. Looking at General Tian Ke again, he had already stealthily walked towards the front of the forest with a snail in his hand and a smile on his face. No. Lin Ling did not dare to act rashly, but after seeing General Tian Ke's actions, he knew that something bad was about to happen. The black goblins were bound to escape. Bang! Lin Ling's body moved. He finally rushed over to stop General Tian Ke. At this moment, General Tian Ke was still quietly moving forward with the snail in his hand. However, a smile appeared on his face because he noticed that there were a lot of dark goblins in the forest. It was beyond his imagination. But at this moment, a divine essence arrived behind him, causing General Tian Ke to snort coldly. He knew that the arrogant youth from before had made his move. "You're courting death." General Tian Ke roared angrily. His divine essence also erupted, forming a white light that enveloped his body. The protective divine light actually produced a roaring sound like a river. Boom! At the same time, Lin Ling's attack arrived. His fist landed on General Tian Ke's body, but a terrifying explosion of energy erupted from General Tian Ke's body. General Tian Ke was actually unscathed after receiving Lin Ling's punch head-on. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. Although General Tian Ke was very strong, it was impossible for him to face Lin Ling head-on without fear. "That's all you've got?" At this moment, General Tian Ke lowered his head and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were full of disdain. "Too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, his palm suddenly expanded like a balloon. Moreover, it was full of dense long hair that was growing, just like the arm of a divine ape. Unparalleled invincible body. He punched out and landed on Lin Ling's chest, sending Lin Ling flying like a cannonball. Trash. After doing this, he also ran towards the black goblin step by step. Lin Ling was madly flying backwards using 300,000 world speed. However, he also saw that the black goblins had finally begun to retreat. Damn it! This also caused Lin Ling to curse because he was so close to obtaining a large amount of black goblins. However, that hateful General Tian Ke interrupted him. If General Tian Ke had succeeded, it would have been fine. He, Lin Ling, could snatch the black goblins back later. However, he knew that General Tian Ke also wanted to. He had failed. What an arrogant trash. He actually took the initiative to provoke a general. General Tian Ke's unparalleled invincible body is now a 7th grade divine fetus. He can transform into a giant ape. That punch should have killed this trash. Looking at the flying Lin Ling, the divine soldiers said with disdain. What a powerful force. Light Golden Dragon and the others were still sitting on the ground. However, they were also shocked. Among them, Luotian frowned and said, "That Lei Gong, could it be that he is dead? It's possible because that divine general seems to be a mid-stage lower god and has a powerful divine fetus. How could Lin Ling block it?" Three spirits and Qing Mo both nodded. This was the most powerful god they had ever seen, second only to the 4 great gods. At this moment, General Tian Ke was still moving forward, carefully approaching the forest. Then, he excitedly took out the snail in his hand and activated his divine essence, wanting to release the red spiral pattern. However, even though he was already very careful, he still alarmed the black spirit. Just as he raised the snail, the black spirit in the forest appeared. The black goblins slyly disappeared. Damn it, my life spirit. This also caused General Tian Ke to be stunned and he could not help but curse. In fact, he did not know that the moment Lin Ling moved, the black goblins were already alarmed because these black goblins had locked onto Lin Ling's group. As long as Lin Ling and the others approached the black goblins would retreat. Rumble. 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 Lin Ling fell to the ground. However, Lin Ling was not injured at all. He quickly stood up, but his face was cold. Damn it, in the end, it was all for naught. Then, he walked back step by step. At this moment, Light Golden Dragon and the others were depressed because they also wanted these experts to take the black goblins away. However, it was obvious that they had failed. This meant that they were still being hunted down. However, soon, they saw Lin Ling walking back. Other than the dragon and the others, Luo Shen and the others were all shocked. Of course, even General Tian Ke and the others were shocked. General Tian Ke looked at Lin Ling who was walking back and sneered, "Your skin is really thick. You didn't die after taking a punch from me. However, it's good that you didn't die. Now, I can vent my frustration of failing to capture the life spirits on you. Chapter 4382. With that, these divine weapons also burst out with 50,000 world speed and surrounded Lin Ling. They were all in the deity realm and were not weak at all. Brat, kneel down obediently. In your next life, remember not to provoke the immortal spirit empire. This is not something you can afford to provoke. One of the divine weapons waved his right hand and a golden chain shrouded Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were 3,000 strands of divine energy in it. All of you must die. Lin Ling's face was filled with murderous intent. Then, he activated the second stage of talent fusion and punched out. Clang! The golden chain was shattered by Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling's fist was like an angry Vajra. After destroying the golden chain, Lin Ling did not slow down. With the speed of 100,000 worlds, his 7 dantians fused with his terrifying divine energy and crashed into the divine weapon. Kacha! The divine weapon flew backward as if it had been hit by a divine mountain. Then, it exploded in midair. You're courting death. Seeing this, all the divine weapons were enraged. They activated their techniques and tried to kill Lin Ling. Boom! Boom! However, Lin Ling's killing intent was already aroused. He did not resist and only used his fists to greet the divine weapons. And this pair of fists contained 800,000 world power and 4,000 strands of divine energy. It was terrifying. In addition, Lin Ling was now at the second stage of talent fusion. The human monarch's flame, Thunderlock true body, and Bodhi Vajra were all 7th grade divine embryos. This made his body even tougher than heaven and earth. Even the great Tao could not kill him. Pung! One of the divine soldiers was struck by Lin Ling's punch, shattering his sturdy divine armor that was an 8th grade innate divine weapon. Then, a fist pierced through the divine soldier's stomach, causing his blood, flesh, and intestines to splatter all over the divine soldier's face, scaring him out of his wits. However, before he could speak, Lin Ling had already pounced on him. With a leap, his leg turned into a long whip and swept out. Crash! Large intestines, blood, and bones spilled out. That divine weapon was split into 2, and there was no way to stop it. Puff! Puff! Pop! Pop! In the blink of an eye, all the deities present were killed by Lin Ling alone. When the last deity's head was smashed open by Lin Ling, his brain matter splattered all over the ground. In a short period of time, the entire ground was covered in flesh and blood. Broken armor and treasures were scattered all over the ground, as if something had crushed them. Not only were they shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but they were even more shocked by Lin Ling's violence. Moreover, Lin Ling dared to use his body to resist the attack of a low god. This was simply inconceivable. Even Luotian and the others, who had seen Lin Ling in action before, were frightened. After all, during the battle in Lei Gong's Grand Hall, Lin Ling had mostly relied on treasures to suppress his opponents. When had he ever displayed such powerful physical strength? It seems that I have underestimated you. However, you are still no match for me. Unparalleled invincible. General Tian Ke quietly narrowed his eyes. After that, he no longer spoke. His arms shook and became huge. He spat out a blood-red moon from his mouth. After the moon floated up, General Tian Ke quietly grew in size. He was actually transforming into an ancient great ape. This ancient great ape was covered in long red hair. He was as tall and sturdy as a mountain. After transforming, he constantly hammered his chest, causing earth-shattering sounds to erupt. In a distant place, the torrential steel cavalry also saw General Tian Ke's transformation. They all knew that General Tian Ke had encountered something difficult to deal with. Otherwise, General Tian would not have returned to his original body. I want to see how thick your skin is. After transforming, the ancient divine ape began to chant incantations. With a crash, the enormous fist came crashing down as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This fist contained the power of 7,000 rays of God. When it smashed down, strong winds howled on the ground. All the trees tumbled and floated into the distant sky like straw. As for the light golden dragon and the others on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. They were deeply afraid of being killed by the huge fist. Humph. However, Lin Ling snorted coldly. Instead of dodging, he stomped his foot on the ground and shot into the sky. Lin Ling is crazy. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, Luo Shen and the others were frightened. This was because Lin Ling was actually resisting the fist of a mid-stage low god with his physical body. One should know that the difference between an early-stage low god and a mid-stage low god was like heaven and earth. The gap between them was not something that an ordinary person could make up for. The third stage. Lin Ling naturally noticed the gap. However, it was not impossible for him to make up for it. This was because he could fuse his 7 great talents with his energy center at the same time. A strand of gray robe shot into the sky. An aura of nirvana permeated the sky. The light golden dragon was the first to notice it. His expression changed drastically. This was because he had a different idea from the others. He had always felt that Lin Ling could defeat General Tian Quebec. Now that he saw Lin Ling's aura change, he was even more certain of his guess. Rumble. The gray robe collided with the gigantic ape's palm. Following a loud boom, the gigantic ape's palm began to split open. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Roar. The gigantic primordial divine ape let out a roar of pain. Its right arm continued to split open like a bamboo blossoming. Splash. Large amounts of flesh and blood rained down and landed on the light golden dragon and the others. They trembled in fear because they saw that Lin Ling's fist was indestructible. Not only did it shatter General Tian's fist, it even destroyed his right arm. My skin is very thick. I wonder if your skin is as thick as mine. After General Tian's arm was crippled, Lin Ling rushed to General Tian's cheek. His cold voice finally caused General Tian to panic. Our army is right there. He spoke in human language. Clearly, he was afraid and wanted to use the army in the distance to intimidate Lin Ling. It's none of my business. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, he even punched out. General Tian had 7,000 strands of godly power, while Lin Ling had 6,000 strands of godly power in his third fusion. However, he had 7 dantians and godly power from 1,500,000 worlds. Crushing General Tian was as easy as flipping his hand. Boom! This punch landed on General Tian's gigantic ape head, directly splitting his head open, causing him to be stunned on the spot. Following that, a ferocious force exploded within his head, and he could only shout one sentence, "No!" Boom! Boom! His mountain-like ape head exploded, and scalding brain matter and blood crazily splattered onto the ground. Rumble! Then, his gigantic body collapsed like a mountain. One punch? A mid-stage lower god only needs one punch. The 3 spirits stared at the gray-robed figure in the sky and stuttered. He's so strong. I'm afraid only the primogenitors can fight him. The light golden dragon had long known about Lin Ling's strength. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood where Lin Ling's strength came from.